tremendous interest from universities in India, such as the Jindal Global Business School we are partnering with now, IIM, Indian Institute of Management, and IITs, Indian Institute of Technology, etc. Unfortunately, for the still prevailing COVID condition, many of our colleagues from India are not here as yet because they needed an RT-PCR to go back to India based on the current rules. So it's still not there as yet, but we hope that by the time we get to 2024, we will be completely out of this. We are very optimistic of that. So keeping fingers crossed for that. So we'll definitely look forward to getting them here next year, but we are partnering with them in a large way. And of course, I should mention the corporate supporters from Germany. Thank you, Wolfgang, again for that. I mean, and the list goes on. So it was incredible to have them all on board this initiative. Of course, I would like to thank the University of ISU as a host and the ACM chapter on e-learning and TechCom. I'd also like to thank the session chairs. I already see Professor Vyas here, and thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It's great to see you. Further, I'd like to thank Professor Michael Cohen for his advice, suggestions, criticism, and strong support, and for hosting the ISSM 2023 in conjunction with the ETLTC and ICETM 2023. So thank you, Michael. Also, I'd like to thank Professor Ben Abdurazek. He's the Dean of Undergraduate Studies for his endless support. Professor Zhao, he's online probably. Professor Wilson, and my colleagues from the CLR and the Computer Science Department. Will, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, Professor Miyazaki, the president of the University of Aizu. He could not be here, unfortunately, for this year because we have another scheduled appointment. So we run this conference on the basis of university-to-university partnership with student and faculty contingents participating as a cluster, and then carrying forward the initiative in years to come. You will be glad to know that the community is expanding just like every year, and every year we are establishing more and more partnerships. It will be a pleasure to have you on board our initiative for years to come. And I'd especially like to thank our students and colleagues from JAIST who has come in. This is their first year, and it's incredible to see them. Thank you very much for joining us. So please contact us if you'd like your university to participate on a larger scale as a partner university that will allow your students and faculty to collaborate on a larger scale of coursework, workshop, conferences, project-based, other projects and other opportunities, of course. So this is a teamwork, okay? And we all partner together. We all come together every year to host this. And especially, I'd also like to mention the summer conference that we are planning. We have it. We already have started having it, but next year, it will be on a larger scale with more participation from companies from Germany that Wolfgang is going to bring in. So yeah, it's going to be incredible. And I'm very much looking forward to that opportunity as well. So as I said, this is a teamwork, and I thank you all, one and all. So we couldn't have done it without you, that's for sure. So thank you very much. Okay, so the next plenary is going to be from Professor Zhao. Let's see. Okay. Let
Can you hear me? Professor Roy, can you hear me?
Professor Zhao, we can't hear you.
You can? You can't? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, Professor Zhao, go ahead, please.
Okay, okay. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Japan, to ICE. So this is Zhao, Vice President of the university. Okay, I noticed that the conference is about ICT, AI, and their application to education, especially about language teaching, okay? So actually, language and intelligence are very closely correlated. If someone can speak well, probably he or she is very intelligent, okay? So language professors or researchers are a group of people with the highest IQ in the world, I believe, okay? So actually myself, I'm an expert in AI, okay, artificial intelligence. And AI people and language people should work together to make AI more human-like and more human-friendly, so that in the near future, human and AI can live together, work together, and create a completely new world together. So in this sense, I believe this conference will be a big success, and hope you all can enjoy this conference and enjoy staying in ICE. Okay, thank you. That's my message. Thank you, Roy Sensei, for inviting me for this talk. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Zhao. Okay. Zhao Sensei is the Vice President of the University of Aizu. So next we move on to a short video from Professor Ben Abdelrazek. He's the Dean of Undergraduate Studies. Just a second. Okay.
Conference on ICT integration in tech. Good morning, and thank you for having me with you. I am Ben Abdelrazek. It is my pleasure to give this short talk at the 5th International Conference on ICT integration in technical education, ETLTC 2023. ETLTC is a local university association taking the initiative to work with the ACM chapter and help run this conference, focusing on diverse topics in ICT for science and technology education. As we all know, ICT has an important role to play in science and technology teaching and has been attracting a great deal of interest among researchers in various fields. I want to thank the organizing team for the great effort. And also I want to thank Professor Roy for his leadership in organizing this prestigious conference here at the University of Aizu, a university with the mission to advance knowledge for humanity, or in other words, to make discoveries and inventions which will contribute to the peace and prosperity of people. I think such a gathering between educators, researchers, and students from many countries will empower and strengthen such a mission. I learned from the program that this conference covers different emerging topics in applied linguistics, including technical communication and computer-assisted language learning, and computer science application in education and society. We here at the University of Aizu have established several exchange programs in such and other areas by forming partnerships with universities and institutions overseas and encouraging academic and research exchange. This conference creates the necessary condition to maintain international scientific contacts by offering golden opportunities, especially for students to make their first scientific presentations, thus serving as a training ground for students on their way to becoming a researcher. Also, common discussions between participants with different research and education backgrounds allow students to learn how to conduct research, prepare results, and present them to the public. Let me sincerely thank all the participants for their contributions and effort. And I wish you a successful conference and a pleasant virtual and physical stay here in Aizu Wakamatsu City. Thank you all.
I think we still have some time, and we will be starting at 10 a.m. So it's still 10 minutes to go. So that will be session 1, topics in language and educational technologies. And we have 4 talks during that session, and it will be led by Dr. Piyush Vyas from Texas A&M. So let's wait for a while. Professor Vyas, you can get ready. We will start in 10 minutes.
Sure, Professor.
Thank yourself.
Yes. Updates.
Yes.
Greetings, everyone. Am I audible to all of you? Anyone? Greetings, everyone. Can anyone confirm?
Excuse me, Professor Vias, can you please start your presentation? I believe it's
Yeah.
already 10 o'clock in Japan.
Yes. So can
yeah,
you
sorry.
can you hear me?
You are the session chair, so.
So, pardon me. Can you hear me? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, I welcome you all to this 5th International Conference on ICT Integration in Technical Education, which is ETLTC 2023, with conjunction to 2nd ICETM 2023 conference here at the University of Aizu, Japan. And this is our session number 1, which is topics in language and education technology. So first, allow me to brief myself in a very concise way. I am Dr. Piyush Vyas, presently working as an assistant professor in Computer Information System Department at Texas A&M University, USA. And in terms of my research area, I usually work in the area of machine learning, deep learning, social media analysis, and misinformation detection. So this is all about me, and I have some specific notes for the presenter today to take care during their presentation. First thing is time, since as we know that we have 20-minute time limit for each presenter. Therefore, in that 20 minutes, 15 minutes is for your presentation and 5 minutes is for the question and answer session, so that the audience can interact with you by asking some questions. Second thing is, if someone wants to get some answers and due to the time restrictions, if the presenter will not able to address those answers, then after this session or by the end of this day, you will going to receive a Google form wherein you can ask your questions to get resolved by the presenter. And I'm going to give a reminder to every presenter before the end of their presentation. So there will be like 4 minutes window, and within that 4 minutes, they have to wrap up their presentation so that we will be on our schedule. So once again, as a reminder, you have 15 minutes to present, and we have to give 5 minutes to audience to ask questions to get their answers. So with this, let's start this session. Once again, I welcome you all and all the best to all the presenter. So here first, I'm going to I'm going to call out all the presenter in a sequence. So first we have paper ID 1503. And in that team, we have dignitary Will Lingley. And the topic is helping English L2 students acquire self-directed learning skills by using the corpus of contemporary American English. So do we have, yes, we have here dignitary Will Lingley. So please go ahead and share your screen to present your area of research here. Over to you, Will.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me? We okay on Zoom? Oh, good. Okay. I'm sorry, it says I cannot share. I need, Professor Vyas, I need you to stop sharing.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Pardon, let me stop sharing.
Okay. There we go. Are we full screen? I think we should be. Okay. Good. Good morning. My name is Will Lingle. Thank you all for coming and joining us online. I work in the Center for Language Research here at the University of Aizu. And I apologize for the long, complex title of the presentation, but what I would just like to do today is talk a little bit about a course that I created for our students, and in which they learn to use a language corpus to help them investigate language on their own and enable them to become more independent learners of English. And so I'll spend some of the time just introducing what a corpus is and why I use this particular one. I don't assume any knowledge of corpus linguistics. I won't get too into details unless there are questions, but I'll spend most of the time talking about the course itself and how the students use it. And I'll also give some example activities and some of the comments that the students have given as feedback to show how they feel about the course they're taking. And then there will be some time for questions. Okay, to begin with, language corpus is basically a large searchable database of authentic texts. And by that, I mean language that has been used for a communication purpose. And so real texts from TV, transcripts, news reports, media, textbooks, things like that. And it's typically organized into different genres or organized around just a single genre. So the corpus that I'm going to talk about allows you to compare how words are used in different genres of text. It also gives you information about how words are used, especially things like frequencies and statistical relationships between words. If a student uses one word, they want to know how to use that in a natural way. And so I'll give examples of how we do that. The course that I've developed uses basically focuses on the corpus of contemporary American English, or COCA, which was developed by Mark Davies in the USA. I use it because it's very large. It's over 1 billion words at the present, and it's updated regularly, so it reflects pretty current usage. It's got 8 separate genres of text, which is a nice feature. Very often a corpus intended for language learners will have maybe some research papers or newspapers, but not a wide variety like TV shows and magazines and websites and blogs. And this has quite a wide variety of text genres. It's also searchable by a string of characters, such as ing or ed, as well as at the word or phrase level. So it's pretty versatile. It's also the corpus that was used to develop the academic vocabulary list, which you may have heard about in 2014, which is a kind of update on Coxhead's academic word list from back in 2000. It also has a feature that's been introduced where you can input your own texts and search those texts as well. So to talk about the course itself, it's a 7-week elective course. This is our typical quarter where we meet twice a week for 100 minutes. So our class time is very limited. And that's why I wanted to increase the students' ability to investigate language on their own. We started in 2020 and we were completely online because of COVID, and the students were working more independently then we came back in the classroom and then had to go back online because of different policy changes and COVID restrictions. And now we're in person. And that's how I prefer to do it. The students are 3rd and 4th year undergraduate students here at University of Aizu, which is a computer science university. So they're all studying computer science and they speak English as a second language. The basic objectives I set for the course is to introduce this type of data because many students have not seen natural language data in a searchable form before. And I want to get them out of the idea of the textbook and the rules and get them to observe language as it is used naturally and deduce the kind of patterns that they can find in a more inductive exercise. I want them to investigate the corpus on their own and ask their own language questions. So I have assignments where I ask them to do that. And I try to get away from the idea of correct language usage. The students may have learned in their English classes in high school that there is one correct answer and you must get that correct answer. And so that can make them feel like it's so complex. How can I find the correct way to say something? When in fact, there are endless different variations, just with different nuances. One way of saying something is more formal or casual, etc. And this is with the goal of helping them learn independently. I give activities and quizzes every day to make sure they're attaining the basic search skills that I'm teaching, and then they have a large final project. Some of the lessons that I include target specific language features because I know that they may have trouble acquiring some of these, especially prepositions, because there are so many and it can be difficult to choose the appropriate one for the sentence they want to write. Articles, because of course Japanese has no article system, that can be difficult for them. Modal verbs, because they are important in academic writing, especially to show hedging and certainty. And then I also focus on grammatical tense of verbs in a few activities, because students will likely traditionally learn that there is an equivalence between grammatical tense and time meaning of a verb. And in fact, there are overlaps between the two. And so one verb tense, such as the present simple tense, can also indicate a future event. For example, the train leaves at 3 o'clock tomorrow is referring to the future. So I try to get them away from some of the more the tight linkages between the two concepts that they may have acquired before. Okay, so just to show some examples now from class, I will give them, for example, a sentence like, I live in or at Japan, and ask them to choose the appropriate preposition. And there are different ways to investigate this, but a very easy way is just to do a phrase search for I live in and I live at. They will get what are called concordance lines, which is the software retrieves the line of text that has that phrase and show it in roughly the center. And you can see what words are used around it. In this case, I want them to look one position to the right and see what kind of word follows the word, the preposition, in this case, in on the left. When we see I live in, then we see that that's used with the names of cities, states, or countries on the left. And on the right, we can see that I live at is followed by descriptions of geographical features like a mountain or a beach, or maybe a specific address. And so for the example, Japan, it's more appropriate to say I live in Japan than I live at Japan. And they can see this from the data. The point being that they can see patterns for themselves, notice this for themselves, and choose to use it that way because it's more natural and fitting with how other English users use these words. Articles are quite tricky too. I can do a sort of a complex activity here and just give them some concordance lines and say, what do you notice? This can be quite tricky for them, but I try to do this later in the course. And if we compare, for example, the Tokyo versus Tokyo on the left and the right, if they see the Tokyo, if we look on the left, we'll see it's typically followed by a noun, which is part of a noun phrase, the Tokyo region, subway, etc. Whereas on the right, the word Tokyo by itself may follow a preposition, like in Tokyo. It may be the last word in a sentence, the first word in a sentence, and so it shows more flexibility. This is just an example of some of the different patterns they can notice. Now, of course, it's not always that subtle. Some of the useful features we can see in a corpus are information about word frequency. So our students are skilled in math, and so they understand numbers quite well. So I usually start the course by introducing the concept of word frequency. And I've highlighted here two sections of the corpus. In the center, there's the spoken section, which is taken from mostly news reports from American TV stations, and the academic sources on the right, which would be research papers. And what we can see is that comparing the words however and but, we can see that but is much more frequent in comparison, and that however has 10 times the frequency per million words. That's the normalized frequency, which is the bottom number here. 10 times the frequency in academic writing as it does in spoken English. And so when we compare that to but, and see that it's far higher in all sections of the corpus and much higher in the spoken corpus, we see that it has a bit more of a casual or universal nuance to it, whereas however is more appropriate for writing, especially academic writing. And so that's something they can use in their writing when they write their thesis. I also use collocations in the course, which is a little more complex, but I think it's useful because we can very quickly see some data about the associations between words. Collocation meaning co and location, talking about the phenomenon where one word is used often in conjunction with another word. So if I say coffee, for example, I may say hot, I may say drink, or if I say adjectives, for example, hot coffee or strong coffee. Yes, powerful coffee, we don't typically say. And so this is one way to see what is a more natural use of word pairs, for example, adjective plus noun. In this example, I asked students to find the more appropriate adjective to use with the noun car. I want a strong car or a powerful car. If we look at the top collocates of these words, which are the nouns that are often used in a close proximity to the words strong or powerful, we see on the left that strong is often used with nouns that are a little more abstract, like evidence, relationship, feeling, whereas powerful is used quite often with physical objects like weapon, engine, computer, etc. And so if the noun that they want to use is car, then powerful is the more natural sounding of these options. So how did the students respond? Well, this course is usually oversubscribed. We have more students registering for it than we have room. And so I thought because the course is offered in the afternoon, this might just be a convenient time and things, or they may have heard from other students that it's easy, I don't know. So I surveyed them and asked for their reasons. And what they showed was actually the top two reasons was that they were interested in the topic, and mostly because they thought it would help them improve their English, which I really was glad to see. I also surveyed them at the end of the course and see how many agree with some of my target skill areas. For example, I can find word frequency data or understand how to use prepositions. And I find that more than half agree with these. And so I think the basic objectives of the course are being met, I think. And what I want to do is see, do a little more research starting, I think, this year, and see how specific writing skills may improve over the course that I want to target. I have a few comments here that they've left. I just show you here. Easy to understand. I'm always happy to see because it's always challenging to teach in another language. Novel. Especially the students who say they feel it's useful and will use the corpus after the course. That's exactly what I want them to do. So I'm very happy that some of them find it useful. Okay. Are there any questions? Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Will, for this really informative presentation. And yeah, definitely the student comments are really appreciable, and it's really good initiative from your side to share your knowledge and insight with your students. So yes, audience and other professors, other fellows, other dignitaries, any questions? You can also ask your questions with the help of the chat box of the Zoom. It looks like that we don't have any questions, but Dr. Will, if you want to highlight something, I have a small question to you that during this course, do you use any tool or technological module to teach this course in terms of the natural language processing tools, in a way like any programming language or any simulation tool, something like that? Maybe I missed that in your presentation.
No, I don't use programming tools right now, but one thing that the students can do is build their own corpora, and that's kind of a different skill I can teach if I think it's useful for them. Basically, this is a free online website, which you just need to register to use. And so what I want to do is try to help walk them through some of the skills to make language queries of that corpus, because this particular corpus has a difficult interface. It's not so user-friendly. I chose it because it has a lot more capability than a lot of the more simple corpora that are out there, especially the ones targeting language learners. It also has a much larger database. And so I think the bulk of the course is directed at that. I'm interested in programming myself, and so I think as I get maybe more skills, I can see more applications as that.
Professor Will, I think you are on mute by accident.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No problem, no problem.
Am I using programming languages? The answer is no, but that's because the interface of this particular corpus is a little difficult to acquire, and I want to show students how to use it. There are programming skills that can be applied if students want to get further into it and build a corpus of their own or teach a corpus to do particular things. There are free software packages available that they can use to input text and compare text with a corpus, for example, that they can do. I would do that if I was treating this more like a traditional linguistics course. I would be teaching them to build their own corpora, I think. But for my students, it's I see them as language learners who struggle to find answers to their language questions. And so that's why I've targeted the course at helping them individually make queries of the corpus on their own.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Will, and I wish you all the success for your future endeavors. So with this, let's move ahead, and we have next, which is paper ID 3348, and our dignitary is Len Fang Hong, and the paper title is Lexicon Development in a multi-CEFR level learner corpus of spoken English. So I would like to call dignitary Len Fang Hong for sharing their screen to present.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me online? Yes, okay, good, thank you.
Yes.
And Good morning, everyone here, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, our online participant, depending on where you are now. I'm Lanfen Huang from Taiwan, from National Pingtung University. Sorry. Okay. So thank you very much for having me today. I haven't given a presentation for more than 3 years, so I'm excited but nervous now, so please bear with me. I would probably say that my study is probably a bit peripheral for this conference, but actually I would like to get more feedback and suggestion from experts in a very in a technology related fields. So here I am. The title of my talk is Lexical Development in a Multi-CFR Level Learner Corpus of Spoken English. And this is the outline for my presentation. So I'll start with the rationale behind investigating lexical development, and I'll just briefly introduce the learner corpus I used for this study, and I'll talk about research methods followed by the results, and finally I'll draw some conclusion. So let's start with the rationale behind investigating lexical development. I'm not sure if you have heard about CFR, the Common European Framework of Reference. It has already made a great impact on language education and assessment. So it's not just for English. I'm not sure, something wrong with my, okay. But it aims to accommodate all languages if possible. So if we just look at this graph, we can see that the lowest level is A1 and C2 is highest in proficiency. So what I would like to do is the CFR framework offers qualitative and illustrative can-do descriptors for different level of proficiency here, and also it talk about the competencies in range, accuracy. I'm not sure my slide is automatic running. It's fine. Let me go back a little bit. The table here, you can see the description for range, accuracy, fluency, interaction, coherence, and phonology. So in order to better understand the description here, I have studied accuracy and fluency in the past few years. And now I've just moved on to investigate more in the competency in range. And I start with the vocabulary. So what I'm doing is trying to provide more empirical evidence for us to better interpret what does it mean. So for example, for vocabulary, a B2 speaker or user of English or a B2 learner of English has a sufficient range of vocabulary, and B1 has enough language to get by with sufficient vocabulary to express him or herself. But what does it mean that sufficient vocabulary and enough vocabulary? It is just probably too vague for us for everyone to interpret. So in order to trace the development of vocabulary range, that is the brands and variety of words and expression used according to Council of Europe. So I use the multi-CFR level learner corpus. And I've been doing learner corpus research for many years. And I'm also part of an international project, LINSAE. It stands for Louvain International Database of Spoken English Interlanguage. And it is an international project for collecting learners spoken English in different countries. And as far as I know, it has at least 24 national research teams so far. It is initiated and coordinated by Louvain Catholic University of Louvain in Belgium. So the interview data I used for this study is 233 learners of different first languages. I collected some of them in Taiwan, and also other first language learners were contributed by different LINSAE partners. So the 233 the interviews were evaluated by human raters and against their proficiency with CFR level. So here are the data I have at 4 different levels: C1, B1, B2, B1, and A2. So for my study, it was assumed that the CFR rating was reliable, and the data can be representative of each level. So if you might be interested, you can refer to my publication in 2018 and in 2021 for more detail. So I use 3 values metrics to analyze the vocabulary development. So I'm the user of the programming or the program tools that you created, or some of you might be able to create it in the future. So I'm not the expert for programming, but I'm the user. So I use different tools to help me to get the values. So the first one is standardized type token ratio. The second one, I look at lexical diversity. I use 2 values, VOCDD value and MTLD. And the third one is I look at the coverage of the vocabulary at each level listed in the English vocabulary profile done by Cambridge University Press. It's another big project for vocabulary. Okay, so the first one is standardized type token ratio. It begins with the type token ratio. So let me just briefly explain what does it mean, because it's very common. It's a technology that is the terminology we use in corpus linguistics. So if we have the verb leave, and it's 2 inflections, leaves and left, and they were taken 1 type, 3 tokens. So TTR decreases if the tests are longer, because more simple words or more words are being repeated. So Scott proposed we should do standardized type token ratio. So standardized means if we have a 3,000 long test, so we divide it into the first 1,000, the second 1,000, and third 1,000. So we calculate each type token ratio. So we have three ratios, and then we have the average ratios. So it's called standardized type token ratio. And for my study, I use 78 because the shortest one is 156. So it can be calculated twice, 78 first and the second 78. And the second method I use is about lexical diversity. And according to McCarthy and Harvis, they suggest that because we have different ways to look at lexical diversity. So they suggested that we can have more than 1 value to look at it. and I use an online tool, Text Inspector. And according to who, it was the most accurate one among some she compared. And according to Marvin et al., they argue that the higher the values are, the more diverse the vocabulary is. And the third one, this one is probably have more pedagogical applications because based on the study done by Cambridge University Press, the English vocabulary profile, they have another website very useful for learners, for teachers and learners. And English EVP, English vocabulary profile, tells us which words or which meanings of these words and phrases are used by learners at different proficiency level. So for example, head, referring a part of the body, that's the basic meaning, very basic meaning a learners learn. So it's listed in A1 laces. But if we talk about head as a leader, it's at B1. And the third one is a phrasal verb, behaving for something. It's a more advanced vocabulary for B2. So again, I use it. This is just a quick screenshot, the result I can get from Text Inspector. It shows me how the proportion of each label used in one test I uploaded. And according to Leiko Simaska, a few years ago, she argues that because we always have the need to evaluate our students' proficiency, and it's very time-consuming and labor-intensive to hire human raters to do that for us. So instead of spending the money, spending the time, we are trying to find if using this kind of vocabulary analysis can help us to be more efficient and effective to identify the level of our learners. So I've presented the research method, and the results are I use cross-code wireless test for independent samples, and I use the label speakers at each level and also native speakers. I think I forgot to introduce my native corpus. It's Lognet. It's a native counterpart of Lindsay program, Lindsay project, and there are 50 British undergraduates in Lognet. So I can compare my learner data with native British speakers. So for the three values here, we can see the positive linear development from B1, B2 to C1. And there was also a clear evidence of a difference between all pairs, except between A1 and B1, between C1 and native speakers. And if we look at the box plot here, C1 learners actually can speak quite well, similar to native speakers in terms of the vocabulary. For the last one, the MTLD, there was no evidence of a difference between B2 and C1. So that's why McCarthy and his colleagues argue that when we look at vocabulary, we can try to use different values, different metrics. And for the third method, here are the coverage of vocabulary of each level.
Professor Hong, I'm so sorry to
each
interrupt
one
you.
represents to A1 type, A2, B1, B2, C1, and C2 vocabulary listed in EVP.
Professor Hong, I'm so sorry to interrupt
Okay.
you. Yeah.
So I think I have to skip the results here. Let me just give you some conclusions. I think the research method I use here show the development of vocabulary range from B1, B2 to C1, and some of them can be used to discriminate between two band levels, not adjacent level, but A2 and C1. And it's a very quick way to get the result. Because of this, it could be problematic to use them as defining indicators. And possible applications, the metrics I presented can be useful for teachers, for students, examiners, or researchers to better understand learners' speaking production. And we can find typical and boundary cases for future rhetoric training materials. And in the near future, I would like to link the result with other linguistic features. For example, the accuracy and fluency variables to better help us to distinguish proficiency levels. Yes, and this project is sponsored by National Science Technology Council in Taiwan. And here are the references. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hong, for sharing your insights on your topic. So I would request to all audience, do you have any questions, please? You can type your questions in public chat as well. Any questions, any comments? So Professor Hong, just a very quick questions that, do you have any plan to extend this work in near future, or it's like you already wrapped up? Because as I can see, you already published 2 papers on this topic and you are presenting here. So do you have any plan to extend it in near future, or it's going to be conclude?
Okay, thank you for your question. Because the range, the competency for range, there are a lot of, there are still some areas I need to investigate. For example, sentence patterns, sentence structures. But I find a bit problematic to look at sentence structure in speech in spoken English. So it's usually very with a lot of fragments. So I'm still looking some areas to explore more. I think it's needed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. And I would like to call our next presenter for paper ID 8632. And as I can see that Professor John Black is author of our last 2 exciting articles. So Professor John, I would like to give you a preference. Whatever topic you want to present first, please go ahead and present, because I'll
do it in the order.
Okay. So please go ahead, Professor John, and share your insight with us.
Okay, me. Oh, that's weird. Got it.
Are you getting an option for, yeah,
It's come up now.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me start. The first presentation I'm going to give is about a linguistic first approach to Python. Essentially, we're using getting students to create a tool that generates language to describe graphs. And rather than adopting a computer science perspective where we're aiming to show them which particular parts of Python to use, I'm doing a linguistic way where I just want to show them what I want the tool to do, and then they have to solve that problem by learning whatever aspects of Python they need to do that. This particular paper is not just me. I'm covering up the last author, Evgeny Pushkin, and we also have 2 students who collaborated on this. Okay, so let's just move to the next slide. Let's just try to move to the next slide. Why is it not moving? Okay, move. And a little bit of a technical problem there. Come on, move. Anything I push doesn't move. Oh no. I gotta get it. Hey, okay. So the overview. I'll start with the background very quickly to show my teaching context and a little bit about natural language generation. Talk about the 2 approaches. The first one is not novel, problem-based approach, and the second one is more novel, the linguistic approach. I'm going to describe 4 steps in the process: problem breakdown, guiding principles, pseudocode, and then moving to the program, and then reflect on that and think about the lessons that we've learned through this. So the context, from a cold place. In fact, I work at the University of Aizu, but I'm not there today because I'm in Niigata because there's a blizzard. And in fact, we've got a warning, the roads are going to be closed, so I can't get to work. You can see the pictures above me. It's a bit chilly. The people that I teach, essentially the computer science majors, before I get them, they've already learned Java, C, some of them have learned C++. A minority have tried Python, but most of them have never used Python before they come to my class. The course I teach is actually a language course, but they learn English at the same time as working with Python. I also have a lab with some students, and we do the same things there. In terms of things that they need to learn in the code, the most complex thing that they have to get to grips with is regular expressions, but of course, some of them really need to kind of like start from the very basics. Okay, so natural language generation. Essentially, this is like a subdomain of natural language processing. There's some sort of input and some sort of output. Most of us are going to be more familiar with the machine learning versions of that. But in my course, we focus more on the rule-based aspects because we want to create a tool that's sort of pedagogical and we want to control the output more. So the application, the thing we want to create, something that automatically writes a description of the trend. So if you imagine you've got like an Excel file with a few values and names of what the values are, and then that will actually kind of automatically generate the text rather than the students having to write the text themselves. You can see in the bottom here, you've got a generated text and you've got a graph next to it. Okay, and the idea being that if we can create a tool like this, it's going to serve as a great model for students to learn how to write trend descriptions. So in terms of the problem-based approach, basically this is kind of posing a problem that we don't know how the students are going to solve. Students work together to solve the problem, although occasionally one student doesn't want to work together and tries to solve it themselves, and that's okay too. In terms of things that I want to focus on for the programming side, I want it to be fun, so it could be intrinsically fun, or you can kind of like make it competitive to kind of get some extrinsic motivation. I want the students to get to the task fast. So that means they need to understand what to do quickly. And of course, be able to kind of access their environment to kind of like do any coding quickly. Ideally, there's a potential for flow. So this is when the students are working in something really challenging and they feel supported in it. If there's no support and it's low challenge, they're going to be bored and there's probably no point for them to come to class. So I want to get into that kind of quadrant where they're working in that environment of great challenge and great support. In terms of the problem-based approach, there are many ways to think about it. You can set them kind of like the general problem to solve, or you can set them a series of problems which lead towards solving the general problem. I think with the more able students, the holistic approach probably works the best. And with the students who've got less of a knowledge of what to do, maybe the serialistic approach gives them a little bit more scaffolding so you can kind of like bring them along. That kind of connects to the second issue there, which is controlled or free choice. Are the students allowed to choose to solve the problem any way they like, which is my preference? But But for the students who are having difficulties, then it becomes a little bit more controlled. They tend to follow a serialistic approach, and then I'll give them a few choices at each level, and then they have to make their options and live with whatever decisions they've made. If you're setting a problem that's linguistic, it's going to work at a multi-level. So you can approach it in a very simple way and just kind of like create a sentence with 3 words, or you can create a sentence with multiple clauses. So the students are kind of able to work at whatever level they want to work at, or whatever level they're able to work at. So thinking about the linguistic first approach, there are many levels of linguistics. Okay, so like let's kind of not the whole discourse, not kind of like pairs of sentences. Let's think of individual sentence, but not complex or compound sentence. Let's limit it to basic sentences. So these are sentences that essentially follow this subject, verb, maybe adverbial sort of structure. There's 2 examples here related to trend descriptions. The first one's, I'm going to make myself a bit smaller here. The first ones are related to verb style. So if you think about that, there's a finite verb, fell or dropped, highlighted in orange there. You've got a subject before it, and you've got some adverbials after it. The other way of describing trends is a noun style. So there you can see in blue, we've got a drop. So the kind of the verb dropped changed to the noun a drop. So we want students to be able to create both types of sentences, which means they need to linguistically analyze both types of sentences and what they have to take from the data and how it has to be manipulated to create sentences like this. So kind of like, that's the first linguistic challenge. Okay, so how do we do it? Essentially, we use Trello to create a serialistic task for the learners that need that additional support. So you can see it starts with yellow. There's a yellow task, generate subject trend verbs from 5 values. Okay, so they just have to compare the values. It either goes up or down or stays the same. And then he comes right the way down to the black task, where they've got to generate a paragraph describing the trend for any subject, including the head and tail of the subject, which means the subjects are essentially is a noun phrase divided into 2 parts. Okay, and they do it over a longer period, and they may have to use machine learning to kind of like sort out some problems with references and stuff like that. Who were doing this? 2 sets of people. One is a student team. So this is within an elective course. Students work in teams. They have to study regular expressions because that's absolutely necessary, and they have to use Python. All students use Trello project management, and the majority of them use GitHub to kind of control their versions. The other set of people were students in my lab, and they created their own programs. Once they've created their own program to experience what it's like, they then work with the programs that the student teams created, combine them together, and then hopefully create a amazing product using the best parts of all of them. Sadly, it's not as simple as that because things don't work together always. Okay, so the 4-step process. We've got a problem, they're going to break down the problem. The better they've broken down the problem, the more easy it is to create these guiding principles to describe the problem. From the guiding principles, they want to start to operationalize it, so they have to think about what the code really looks like. And one way to do that is to use pseudocode. And then we move to kind of creating the Python program itself. Okay, so each step. So in the problem breakdown, so essentially you've got to think about how do you change the data to words? So if we think of the kind of like data values X and Y, either X is smaller or larger than Y, and that gives a verb of decrease, increase, or it could be exactly the same and remain the same. Although I think kind of like my pictures don't quite match there, but I think you know what I mean. So the difference there, if the greater the difference is, we can also put some adverbs or adjectives there. There's a slight increase or the substantial increase. Now here, you can't just compare the exact numerical values. You've got to compare relative values, because a change from 1 to 2 is 100% increase, even though there's only a value change of 1. In terms of the grammatical subject, it's going to be really boring to read a trend description that says the price of bananas multiple times. So they've got to learn how to vary that. There are multiple ways to do it, but that's one of the issues that the students have to work out. In terms of sentence variety, this is where it's more problematic. It's fairly straightforward to generate a set of simple sentences, but to combine those sentences together to create more complex things requires a lot more sophisticated rules. And what tends to happen is when the students have written the code for single sentences, once they start to combine them, they have to rewrite the code completely because what they've written first place doesn't work. So the students who actually kind of thought it out very carefully in the beginning, did a great problem breakdown, don't have to rework most of their code. Okay, so examples of guiding principles. So looking at a small corpus, like a small set of trend descriptions, the students kind of come up with rules. Of course, kind of I help them linguistically. So these are some rules that we've come up with over the period of time doing this. So the first one's kind of like use different grammatical subjects in subsequent simple sentences. And I think that's kind of a fairly standard rule for English. Kind of writing's boring if you keep using the same sentence style. The next one is, where do you put the prepositional phrases? If you've got like from 10 to 20, you don't put it at the beginning of the sentence. From 10 to 20, the number increased. We put it at the end. So they've got to learn to append it rather than to front it. Okay. And you see there are a few more guiding principles there as well. I'm not going to go through all of them. Okay. So step 3. This is where they're kind of trying to move the principles into something to operationalize. Now we're going to use pseudocode. Now, not all the students like pseudocode. Some do, some don't. And I leave the students free to kind of go with the way that they prefer, but it's an option. For the weaker students, it's definitely a great way to do it because they can kind of think about how to operationalize it better. If you look at the model in the yellow part, you'll understand what pseudocode is. But essentially, it's a way of kind of getting students to help create a mental model. There are many other ways to model what to do, okay? But this is just one simple way. And I just kind of tell the students the rules. Okay, you can see a list of 6 rules here that students need to use when writing the pseudocode. I'm not so prescriptive. I just kind of show those 6 rules, and then the students kind of go off and explore and do it in their own way. Okay, moving on. So the Python program. So these are not model examples. These are just 2 examples of Python programs that the students have written. If you're computer scientists, you look at it and you realize that there are lots of problems with each of them. But that's not the issue. The issue is that the students have turned the pseudocode into some sort of code which needs to be worked on. And these are kind of like for collaborative purposes. The students can discuss them together and improve it. If you kind of look at the right-hand one, increase words. Well, we've got lots of problems here because actually they mean verbs. And actually the verb is limited to 3rd person because they put the S in there. So they're going to have to keep reworking this to kind of get it to scale somehow. Okay, let me move on because I know time's tight. Okay, so here is just 2 examples of interfaces that the students also generated to get the code to work online. Okay, you've got one with a beautiful bar chart over here, one with a fairly simple graph over here. This one shows the one on the left shows where they can input the values either with a CSV file or just from the raw data. The one on the right is just from the raw data, which kind of input into forms. Both of them generate text, but unfortunately, kind of like in the scale of it, it's a little bit smaller, so you probably can't see it very well. So the quick one of the lessons learned, and this is where I wrap up the first presentation. So essentially, let the high flyers fly. The ones who already know Python, I don't want to limit them. The ones who are excel at programming and find it easy to switch from, say, C++ to Python, I just want them to run with it and kind of like explore and search and sort everything out themselves. So I just let them get on with it. I monitor from a distance, but I don't interrupt them. Lesson 2. The students who are having problems, you know very quickly which students are having problems. So you want to provide support for them, okay? Kind of, I call it the parachuting them. So here you can provide support in numerous ways. It could be kind of getting peers to work together. It could be kind of providing some sort of some simple models to get them started. Just giving them some little hints, providing them reference materials that are very specific to solve their problem. 3, linguistic first approach. It works because it doesn't limit the students to any one aspect of the programming things to learn. It gives them the linguistic problem, which then they have to work at. I find here that individuals may outperform teams, which is kind of like a little bit funny, really, because you would expect kind of teams to produce a better one. But the amount of time talking in teams, it kind of detracts. If you've got a great programmer and they're not very sociable, they tend to work very well by themselves and solve the problem at a really high level. If you've got a poor programmer who's trying to solve the problem by themselves, it's not going to work as good. So the individuals who are already pretty competent, they can produce excellent work and often outperform the teams. Getting a thorough problem breakdown solves a lot of problems, okay, because you kind of got knock-on effects. And the same with the guiding principles. The better the problem breakdown is, the better the principles are, the easier it is to write the pseudocode. And if you've got the pseudocode, you've already worked out the solutions to things, so it's very easy to move that into the Python itself. Although a number of students just jump pseudocode and go straight to Python program. A key one here is code that's similar is almost certainly copied. Okay, now it could be copied from another student, or it could be copied somewhere using some sort of model in a tutorial. Okay, there are multiple reasons for it. It doesn't mean the student's done something wrong. It just means you got to kind of like see where it's come from. But the key one here is students who can't explain the program didn't write it. Okay, and I'm going to stop there for the first presentation. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Well, Professor, this presentation is really informative, and this opens door for other professors as well to incorporate the pseudo code in their teaching, irrespective of whether it's
I think it's applicable to many different subject areas, definitely.
Yes.
I mean, computer science can solve problems in any domain.
Sure, Professor. So audiences, other fellows, Professor, any questions? This is really informative. I must say, you should come up with some thoughts to share, some comments. Any questions?
We're all very shy, yeah.
So I think, Professor, if you want to go ahead with the second one, please go ahead.
Okay, let's continue. Okay, so new topic, completely different. Okay, we're going to focus on a management concept, kind of quality management, and this is how to improve an online course. Okay, essentially using the concept of systematic incremental innovation. Okay, so basically getting better and better. That's the key idea here. So organization, I want to give you the impetus for actually adopting this approach, talk a little bit about innovation, focus on the concept, and this is the key concept for me, of marginal gains. Okay, and then we're going to look at the Deming cycle, which has multiple names, but when you see it, you may already know it. And then I'll move to the standard sort of like research process of telling you the method, how I did it, what I found, and talking about whether it's important or not, okay, in the discussion. So impetus. We all know the pandemic kind of like caused chaos for a few years and is still causing problems, which is why we're hybrid and not sitting in the university in Aizawa now. Compulsory fully online learning, that was something that was forced on us very quickly in many cases. In my case, I think we had 2 weeks notice. So rapid implementation starting in April 2020. I decided that if I'm going to create something, I wanted to future-proof it. So I wanted to make sure that what I created for a fully online course would work for a blended course and would also work for face-to-face. So kind of like if I'm going to take the time to create it, I want to get the maximum use out of it. I don't want to just use it one time. If you remember back in 2020, we didn't know whether the pandemic would last weeks or months, and it turned into years, right? Okay, in terms of another part of the impetus, so I like technology, I'm a technophile, and I also hate paper, I'm a paperphobe. So kind of like this move to kind of online learning kind of like really suits what I want to do and where I was going anyway. But of course, it's time intensive, and I didn't really want to dedicate the time to doing that. But with the pandemic there, I was forced to do something. I thought, well, I may as well make something great rather than something shoddy. Okay, let's think about the innovation types. So innovation is some sort of change, but in fact, we have two types of change. Sometimes you change and it gets worse. So innovation is when you change it and it actually gets better, but you don't often know whether it gets better or worse until you've made the change. Okay, so let's assume you've made a change and it's got better. Well, there are two basic types of innovation. Either your change is huge and it's radical, or it's tiny and it's incremental. So radical changes, they just like somehow kind of change the playing field completely. And these don't happen kind of very frequently. The incremental ones are easy to find. It's usually very simple to find one small thing to change to improve something. Okay. Systematic innovation is when you organize the whole process. So you don't just randomly think, oh, I'll improve that. You're actually actively looking for things to improve in a systematic way. And you put it all together, you've got systematic incremental innovation, and then you've got numerous organized small changes. And that's what I'm driving for in this whole process. So if we think about the changes, you want to improve your course by 1%. Well, you can look at the lines. The green's your baseline, and you get a 1% improvement. That's your pink line. Probably students don't notice, right? You just made one change, you know about it, and nobody else does. But what about this? You improve your course from this notion of 1% by implementing every actionable suggestion, every suggestion. That can make a huge difference. You teach 10 students, you got 10 suggestions. You teach 10 students every week for 10 weeks, you could have 100. And they just kind of like multiplies, right? So you can see where it's going. This is why when you start saving at 10 years old, by the time you're 65, you're rich. But if you start saving at 60, by the time you're 65, you continue to be as poor as you were at 60. Okay, it's kind of like this compounding effect. Okay, so how do we do it? Essentially, you're going to do a plan. Okay, take it out, check if it works, and then act to make it better. Deming, kind of the quality management guru, called it the plan, do, check, act cycle. Okay, he had different versions of it, but this was the first version. So essentially, you first of all, you find something that's worth changing. How do you find it is a question. Then you make a change, and then the idea here is to do it quickly. So kind of just put a quick fix and make it better now, rather than thinking like 10 years in the future. Check, does your quick fix work? If it worked, okay, then you don't need to take any more action. But if it didn't work very well, then you need to take some more action, and then you plan to help make the change again. And it just keeps repeating, okay? So the idea is multiple quick fixes is fine. Of course, sometimes a quick fix is not possible, and it's a longer game, but the idea is making the changes rapidly. Okay, so how do we find the problems? So for me, there are two basic sources. Either the teacher found the problem or the student found the problem. The teacher was me. So essentially, prior to each class, I made some course materials online, okay? And I tried to evaluate where things would go wrong in the materials, okay? And this is my pre-delivery critical evaluation. After teaching the class, I tried to work out what went wrong, okay? So kind of like thinking of how the materials could be improved. And then you can base those decisions on numerous things. But of course, students are key. Kind of I adopt a student-centered approach. So kind of based on the questions I received. So I have an online, it's an online course. Basically, it's a website, okay? But the students also are forced to use a learning management system. And there are some sort of like password protected areas in there where we can share more sort of like confidential stuff that the students don't want to kind of share with the whole world. And assessments are done through there as well. So I get questions via Zoom, of course, through the messaging features there, or live questions, get questions through chats or forums or private messages or through email, and just kind of taking those questions and thinking, why did I receive that question? And usually it's because I didn't organize it in a great way. Of course, we can blame the student, say the student's stupid, but that's not the case. The problem is I couldn't organize it well enough for the student to understand. Okay, and if you accept that responsibility, you're going to be able to make an improvement. Misunderstandings. Now, when students submit an assignment, they often do it wrong. It could be that the knowledge is insufficient, which means that I've not been able to lay it out in a way where they've been able to acquire it. It could be they misunderstood the task. Okay, and again, that's kind of on me for not writing it clear enough. And it could be they submitted in the wrong format. And that, again, is on me because maybe I could have set some more parameters which forced them to submit the correct file. Maybe I said submit a video and I didn't force them to submit sort of like an MP4. They were allowed to submit anything. And because of my not using sort of like some checking features, they were allowed to kind of submit wrong things. The feedback, so I solicited feedback in multiple ways to avoid this sort of like questionnaire fatigue. I got students to kind of write some feedback, just say the feedback, use multiple choice questions, short responsive, open questions, closed questions, choice questions, got them to work individually to share their idea, got them to work in pairs and share their idea, groups and share their idea. And by doing these multiple different modes and methods of it, the students actually thought of this as part of the course, it's part of the learning of the course, whereas me, of course, my ulterior aim is to make the course better, but they just thought they were learning. So kind of it was a great system where the students are actually helping me improve the course while thinking they're learning. So in terms of methods, so once we've got the ideas in, kind of like the students identify, sometimes they identify the solution, but often they just identify a problem or an issue. So what we need to do is kind of like tabulate all this. So kind of like you've got a log of your issues. I just used a Google form because it was simple and quick. So you find the issues, then you're going to find a solution. Sometimes the solution is obvious. The student says, this word's spelt wrongly. The solution is just change the spelling, right? So there's no need to think about it. But sometimes it's much more complex and you have to think kind of like, what caused that? And kind of you go back kind of, why did that cause that? Why did that cause that? And keep going back. So you got the root cause analysis, because a fishbone diagram there, Ishikawa diagram, and that kind of shows you kind of all the different things that can come together to actually impact what the problem is. So you got to think deeply about some of these things. Once you've identified a possible solution, okay, you got to identify the action. Are you going to do it? Do you need to delegate it? Do you have to delay it because it's just not possible to implement in a short time? Or is it not worth doing and you just drop it? So you have to kind of think about kind of like the weight and the importance of things. And of course, the ones that you've identified as being worth carrying out, you've got to carry them out. And my whole aim was to implement all the changes during the course. Now we teach in quarters, which means we have 8 weeks. So this is rapid, kind of a rapid development of a course. I started off with a template course, so I'm just improving this template. Okay, let's run. So implementation. So the results kind of, this was one course, 8 weeks, okay? 500 issues. 500 issues, a lot of issues. Now, admittedly, some of them were overlapping, some of them were the same, okay? But what, from the 45 students, came up with 500 separate, this is not ideas from me, this was ideas from the students, okay? And they related to course content, user experience, and pedagogical things, okay? So from those 500 issues, the changes boiled down to approximately 100, just slightly over 100 innovations, okay? Now, in here, like every typo is not one innovation, yeah? Typo is one of the hundreds, okay? So fixing typos is one of the hundreds, okay? So there are 100 small changes that I made. Now, some of the changes are highly noticeable and some changes are not. I'll just give you an example here. Some of the big changes, I changed the theme, okay, to a dark theme. We'll see examples in a minute. I changed the website to responsive design, embedded audio and video, try to closer align the aims with the activities with the assignments, and then come back to check that the aims and assignments relate together. A pedagogical aim, to make it clear exactly what the students need to know in terms of knowledge. So basically, the course is a language course, but it's also a course where they have to master concepts. This particular course was a logic course, so they had to understand 108 items related to logic. Okay, and knowing there are 108 items was great, because in the beginning we didn't know how many items the students had to learn. We just kind of like taught them lots of things, but listing them out and clarifying it made it better for me to understand what I'm actually teaching them, but it made it a heck of a lot easier for the students to know, okay, I now know 10 out of 108 items. And to help them along, I put a concept count. So after each unit, they see how many items that they should know by that end of that particular unit. Let me just give you a few before, after examples. I've chosen the more visual ones, okay? So they're not necessarily represented, but they're just easy to see. So before, so the course on the left is what my course used to look like, and it was just part of my website. If you can look at the top, it says kind of like home, research, presentations, publications, which are no connection to the course whatsoever. And then this is actually within personal, which is not very personal at all. Okay, but this was the course, and they weren't kind of like very well menued. It was just kind of put up quickly. After, we can see a number of changes. The changes are highlighted in the yellow box in the top. So this new website is responsive, which means that it fits whatever the viewport size is. It moved to a dark theme, mainly because the students work on this in the evening, okay, often early morning. And when you look at the students' computers, they tend to have dark themes on their own computer as well. So it just made it easier on their eyes to do what they're normally used to. Now, of course, some people don't use a dark theme, and they can use some sort of like some application to kind of automatically change the colors anyway. But I tried to cater for the majority. In the ideal scenario, maybe I would give them the option for a dark or light theme. But again, that's time consuming to do. So I just dropped that from the moment. Embedded audio, you can see here, there's an introduction for myself. And rather than having to listen to me live, they can just click on this short audio and hear me talking, or not hear me talking if they prefer to. Try to personalize it. So remember, it was fully online, so the students don't know me from Adam. But by simply putting a photograph on the website, there's try to create this personal connection. Objectives are more specific. If you look on the left-hand side, we have only 3 objectives for this same unit. On the right-hand side, we now have 5 objectives because they're just a little bit more clear. Icons are more appropriate. If you look on the left-hand side, I've got a picture of an owl next to learning outcomes, because owls are clever, maybe wise. But of course, like a target with an owl is a much more appropriate outcome. So here, kind of just making the icons more specific. Introductions, listening. There's a picture of an ear because they've got to listen to it. Okay, so you can see here, kind of, it just kind of all connects together and very easy for students to understand. Next change. So the earlier version of the course, it's like listen to a lecture. And basically, they read that, and then they had to listen to me talk, which of course you could do on Zoom, but why not just make a recording of it, and then the students can listen to it at their own speed multiple times. Remember, my students, often their English is not very good, so they might actually want to use some subtitling facilities, which again, kind of, if I just move it away, you can see I didn't put the video on our university server. I put it on YouTube because YouTube's got lots of other facilities built into it that actually help students understand it, got the automatic subtitling and things like that. So kind of, if you look on the top right on the new version of it, it mentions 108 technical terms, yeah? Start making your own vocabulary list. The final quiz contains 108 terms. So they know from this outset, they need to get to grips with 108 items. But of course, in the earlier version, they had no idea. Another one, so like at the end of each unit, I'm a believer in kind of like tell the students what to do, and at the end, check they know what to do. Okay, I'll check they've learned something. So the review for unit 1, the initial review had what's that, like 7 terms. So kind of check your understanding of 7 terms. It's very wishy-washy, right? But on the new review, there are actually 14 concepts introduced, although I only thought there were 7. Okay, so there are 14 concepts. I've listed the concepts in 5 appropriate groups. Okay. They now know there are 14. I also added a motivational quotation at the bottom. Some are kind of like simple and easy to understand, but some are a little bit more sophisticated. This is based on Aristotle. So kind of just introduce them to kind of like some of the kind of the gods in logic, for want of a better thing. Okay. So what did I actually learn? So going through this whole process, getting the students to talk about the materials, getting the students to talk about what they learned and what they didn't learn, what they found difficult, there was super high engagement. The students were much more connected to the course materials than ever, which doesn't make any sense to me, because when I was in the class face-to-face, I would enjoy the rapport, teaching the students, and it was fun. But the students were kind of like engaging with me, but not necessarily with the materials. Where in this particular version, the students were working with the material. So it's like a different way of interacting. I created the interaction with the website rather than with me, the teacher. In terms of effectiveness, it seemed to work really well. The students, it's very hard to compare different cohorts of students, but my general impression, and I have no kind of data to back this up, was that it worked really well. The students were able to kind of like come along and get the concepts quickly. The testing in the new course is different to testing in the old course, so I can't give you before and after. But they learned the concepts really well. Enthusiasm. Now, I'm not going to talk for the students, I'm going to talk for me. Going through this whole process reinvigorated my wish to teach this course. Okay, it was much more fun. I taught the course 3 or 4 times before, but in this last implementation of it, it was amazing. It was great fun to teach, to see the changes coming along. Really invigorating. Sadly, I don't offer the course right now, so the last time I taught it was in the pandemic, but I'm hoping to teach it again. Okay, so just some final words. My course is fine. I've never had any complaints. My students are happy. Maybe many of you think that. It could be true, but could it be better, and could your students be happier? That's the question, okay? And that's what I was thinking kind of like throughout this whole process. Okay, so I've got nothing else for now. So if you got any questions and you're not too shy, feel free, ask me. Thank you.
Professor. Once again, this is really, really, really informative, and I really enjoyed this presentation. Got to learn about this new framework to implement during the online classes. This is really good, and I must say that your student body is really active, because they were continuously giving you feedback, and you are kind of incorporating all the feedback to make this course better and better.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have much choice. I asked them specifically for feedback. They were kind of like they were forced to give feedback. But okay. what one key thing from that was when you ask for at the beginning of the course, you ask for general feedback. How do we make it better? And they give you general things which are very hard to make actionable. But then you move on and say, okay, how can I make it better? Give me one specific example in unit 2. And that's where it got much better. How can you, was activity 1 easy to understand? No. Why? What can we do to make it better for the next cohort? And the students really took it on board and gave some amazing suggestions.
Yes, Professor. So any fellow professors, presenters, any question? This is really good presentation that we saw. So I would really encourage you to please come up with some comments, some questions, some insights to share.
I'll send me a message later.
So with this, I announce that we're going to wrap up this session 1, which is kind of really good start for this conference. And thank you very much for attending this session. And I would encourage you all to please continue participating in following sessions as well. So with this, I'm going to hand over this session to the Professor Roy. And thank you very much. Have a good day ahead.
Okay, thank you, Professor Vyas. I think we are done for now. We will take a short break and we will get started again at 11:45 with Professor Hamada's talk, keynote speech at 11:45. And then we'll go into lunch. So let's wait for a while and then we'll come back at 11:45. Thank you, Professor Vyas.
Good day, Professor Roy.
Thank you.
There is similarity according to this. So the similarity computation finds similarity between these users. Additionally, this user like ramen, for example, so this ramen will be recommended as one of the top items recommended to this user. So this is briefly explains the idea of collaborative filtering. So collaborative filtering has some problems traditionally, like the cold start, for example. So there needs to be enough other users already in the system to find the match. So if the system or the business is a new business, there is no customers yet registered for this system. So there is a problem to find the similar users. So this is called a cold start. Another problem is sparsity problem. If there are many items to be recommended, so there is many items to be recommended, even if there are many users, the user rating matrix is a scarce matrix, and it is hard to find users that have rated the same items in, the close similarity. Also, first raters so cannot recommend an item that is not have not been previously rated. So a new item comes to the menu, so this is no rating for this item before, so we cannot recommend this item. And another problem is called popularity base, which cannot recommend items to someone with unique tastes. So if someone has a specific or unique taste, it's difficult to find similarity to recommend for him. So let us look to how example of collaborative filtering for Netflix. So Netflix has millions or maybe more, I don't know how many, but it used worldwide. So I expect has millions of users. And these millions of users already have rated movies, and this is stored in some database. And then the data stored in this database is passed to the similarity checker here, and irrelevant data is removed by pre-processing the data. And then find that this is users who already subscribe and rating the movie. This is a target user. And then try to find the similarity between this user and some of the users in the millions of users here. Then it goes, the next phase is prediction step to find the most relevant items that will be finally recommended to the target user. That's how the Netflix recommender system works in a just briefly short way. This is a screenshot from my Netflix interface. And you can see here, this is the recommendations, the top recommendation based on my user profile that's built in by Netflix recommender systems from my browsing and from my using. They build a profile for me, and based on my profile, they give top picks for Muhammad. That is the recommendation items that comes for me from Netflix. So the other technique is called the content-based recommendation system. So in this case, recommendations are based on information on the content of the item itself. It doesn't depend on the other users' opinion. It doesn't matter the ratings of other users, but the content of the item itself. This is uses machine learning algorithm to induce a profile of the user's preference. So try to build the profile with the preferences of the users from examples based on the pictorial description of the content. So let me just give also a simple explanation of this. So assume some user who like reading. So, and this user like, for example, cooking book. So there is also millions of books already exist in the database. So try to find now the similarity to find between the contents of the items, not the users, relevant of the user. So among these books, millions of books, try to find which books are similar to this one. So for example, this is another cooking book similar to this one. The contents are similar. So this one will be recommended to the target user. But other books, like, for example, history books, which is far from cooking books, will not be recommended to this user. So this is just simply how it works. It has some advantages over the collaborative filtering because no need for data on another user. So we don't care about other users. So there is no cold start or sparse problems here. And able to recommend to users with unique tests also. Able to recommend it because the unique test depends on the contents of the item. Able to recommend the new and the unpopular items also. And they can provide explanations of recommended items. This is important. The explainable recommendation system is one of the new features of desired features for recommendation, to have explainable recommendation system. So using content-based can help in explanation of recommended item by listing the content features that caused an item to be recommended to this specific user. But it has also some disadvantages. It requires content that can be encoded as meaningful features. Sometimes it's very difficult to encode the contents of the topic as a meaningful feature. User tests must be represented as a learnable function of these content features. So there should be relationship between the user tests or user profile and these content. So that's also sometimes difficult to achieve, unable to exploit quality judgments of other users because it's irrelevant of the other users. So that's also give it a weakness point for the content-based filter. I will take example here. For example, if we want to build a book recommendation systems based on the content base, so we will try to collect, for example, extract some information from Amazon and use information extraction from the web to organize text into fields. Some of the features that we can extract, like authors' titles, editorial reviews, and so on. So let us see how we can do this. So Amazon have, of course, millions of items or books that are already listed in their website. So from this, we can extract information and it can be built in a database. And then if a target user, this target user try to use Amazon pages for navigation for some items, then the system will try to, and he rated some example from his rating examples here and from the built-in database. So the system will try to build a user profile for this specific user. And then the prediction phase will use the information from the user profile and the information from database and gives a specific recommendation to this specific target user. This is how the content-based filtering works for a book recommendation system, for example. So the third technique is a combination. It's called the hybrid technique, hybrid filtering, which is combination of content-based and collaborative filtering techniques. So content-based and collaborative methods have complementary strength and weakness. So they can complete each other. So combining the methods to obtain the best of both. There is different ways to do this. So apply both methods and combine the recommendation. For example, you can apply both of them separately in parallel, take the recommendation of both and combine them and recommend to the target. This is just one technique. And another techniques also exist to combine this, but because of time limitation, just I mentioned it here. But there is different ways to combine the two techniques together to get a hybrid filtering technique. So there is some considerations when building a recommendation system. The important of this is the objectives thought. We have to thought about the accuracy of prediction for the N top recommendations. We also have to pick up the technologies that we use. Probabilistic approach based on methods, networks, nearest neighbors, neural networks, genetic algorithm. There is many technologies that can be used. Also filtering algorithm should be considered like demographic or content-based, collaborative, social-based, context-aware, hybrid. So this is different ways. And data, what kind of data we want to extract, ratings data, features data, content, and what methods, just memory-based from the data set or just model-based using machine learning. Also, some problems like I mentioned before, like sparsity and false starts should be considered. So this is a considerations when we build a recommendation systems that we should consider. There is relatively new technique. It's called the multi-criteria recommendations, and you can compare with the traditional one. Traditional recommendations, we just focus on the overall rating. So it is a recommendation can be a function from users and items and care about the overall rating. So we have the users here and items here, and we just care about the overall rating. If some ratings are missed, we try to predict the missed rating, and then we try to get the similarity between users and get the final recommendation. In multi-criteria, in addition to the overall rating, we are caring about specific criteria. For example, if you take movie, not only the overall rating for the movie, but for action or visual effect or story, and so on, directions and so on. So you can have many criteria here that needed to be. In this case, we need to predict the missed ratings and then try to get one. We will see later the challenges when we're using multi-criteria. So here is some of the challenges when we use multi-criteria. The simplest case is the first one. If all ratings are given and we just want to find the overall rating, that is the easiest case. A bit more difficult if some of the criteria is missed. Then we have to find the missed criteria in addition to the overall rating. So in this case, it's a bit more difficult than this one. The most challenging one is the last one. When all ratings are missed, for example, new movie come or new item come to the systems, then there is no ratings for this one. That's what I mentioned about cold start before when I mentioned some problems. So all ratings here should be predicted, and then in addition to overall rating. So that is the most challenging case. Our results so far, we built 2 new multi-criteria recommendation methods based on 2 techniques. One is based in genetic algorithms, and one is based in artificial neural networks. Then we implemented our new methods, make implementation, and then we evaluate the implementation using 2 things. So the standard data sets from Yahoo Movie and TripAdvisor, and using standard metrics for evaluation of recommendation system like mean absolute error, root mean square error, and there is 6 criteria here anyway. Then comparing the results, we find both our artificial neural network and genetic-based approach have outperformed the existing techniques. Additionally, both the 2 methods improve not only the prediction, but also recommendation and ranking accuracy. And then we compare our 2 methods together. When we compare our 2 methods together, we find the artificial neural network-based approach recorded the highest prediction accuracy compared to the genetic algorithm approach. So this is just also because of time. This is the way our artificial neural network model works. So there is the data set is divided into 2, like this one, and everyone have specific target to do, and this is a final recommendation. And we used 80% of the data from the data set I mentioned, Yahoo Movie and the TripAdvisor. 80% of data is used in training, and 10% in validation, and 10% in the test. So this is compared with traditional methods and our multi-criteria model. So we have outperformed by these percentages over traditional methods using the criteria for Yahoo Movie. So in the Yahoo Movie, the data set contains 26 million ratings from about 300,000 users for about 50,000 movies. So we use these data sets in our model, and the 4 criteria for direction, action, story, and the visual, and overall rating. And that is standard metrics that we use to compare traditional with our model. And this is the advantages or the outperforming the traditional way. Also, when we use the TripAdvisor to just be sure that our model works with different data sets, so we use also the TripAdvisor. This data set contains about 700,000 reviews of 2,000 hotels worldwide, and the criteria from value, rooms, location, cleanness, check-in, out time, services, business service, and so on, with overall criteria, with again the same metrics for checking the value of the recommendation system, and to compare traditional with our methods. We also outperformed the traditional one. Compared also with other existing models. So this is our proposed model compared with some other existing models. So we also get a higher prediction rate. So now I will go the final part because of time limitation is the future directions for recommendation system. Let me start from the Society 5. Society 5 was proposed in the 5th Science and Technology Basic Plan as a future society that Japan should aspire to. Society 5 will bring about a human-centered society. Now, currently, we are in the Society 4, where there is a cyberspace and physical space. In the cyberspace, we have different clouds like iCloud from Apple or Google Cloud and so on. And people use this cloud in a separate way. So in the Society 5 is expected to dominated by the cyberspace dominated by artificial intelligence and big data, and all people will probably share the information in this physical cyberspace. So that is the center about big data and the AI. So the opportunities and the challenges for recommendation systems with the revolution of Society 5. So recommendation systems of high efficiency and extendability is imperative in Society 5. Meanwhile, we expect advances in cooperation of heterogeneous data and the perception of long and short-term interests of users. The exploitation of the knowledge graph also, this is a technique that can be used with recommendation system. That's making a full use of interactive data will be important research direction in the near future. We also need to pay close attention to explainability that I mentioned before. So explainability, which will require integrate the knowledge graph, the collaboration with reinforcement learning and design of new algorithms. Also, additionally, user privacy, because in this cyberspace, everything is shared. So the user privacy should never be ignored as we move towards data sharing mechanisms and a unified user representation across the platforms and recommendation systems. So recommendation systems whose results can be easily explained, that's explainable recommendation systems that use examples, will be more likely to capture the user attention. There is current research finds that such systems will not only improve the system's transparency, but also increase the user's trust and the acceptance of the system. As a result, designing explainable recommendation system will be one of the important goals of a recommendation system in Society 5. The existing recommendation explanation are usually limited to one of the three forms: item-mediated or user-mediated or feature-mediated. So we expect to use knowledge graph integrated with deep learning to build connections between these forms, and the flexible choice, the most suitable one for the user's explanation. So there can be different way of data can be explained in different way. So the user can connect this from, this can be built from knowledge graph and deep learning connected together in a recommendation system. So there will be three techniques, important techniques that can improve this, using deep learning, using knowledge graph, and using reinforcement learning. Because of time limitation, I have just some slides explaining about every one of these, but because of, I think, time limitation, almost we are in time. So this is just how to use deep learning to improve the recommendation system. This is how to use knowledge graph to improve the deep learning. And that's how to use reinforcement learning. But let me jump to the one of the final slides. This is just summarize of this future research direction. So from the basics of AI and machine learning and data science algorithms, we can use deep learning, the knowledge graph, and reinforcement learning to tackle some of the important issues for recommendation systems. And then we can get an explainable recommendation system that is dynamic, transparent, efficient, and scalable. And that can lead to user satisfaction and the trust on recommendation systems that is built in the Society. This is just a general, so I have no time to just go explain details in these directions. And finally, I will conclude my presentation. So recommendation systems are intelligent decision support systems that deal with the problem of information overloading. And recommender systems are widely used in many real-life applications such as e-business, social media, education, and e-learning, e-health, entertainment, and much more. There are many challenges to build an efficient, large-scale, flexible recommendation systems, like I mentioned some of them. And recommendation systems, some of these challenges can be handled using advanced techniques such as deep learning, knowledge graph, and reinforcement learning. And it is very active research area that attracts the attention of both academia and industry. That's all, and thank you for listening to my presentation. And sorry because I just take all the time. Any question? Yes.
So thank you very much for this wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Still with a quite close connection because our group is working on knowledge graphs. So my question would be, you're addressing environments and domains with mass data, big data, quite control. Do you have any knowledge or any experiences in domains where there are less data, which means, you know, not a big data problem, but a very closed environment with some hundreds, thousands of information objects. So where this AI might not be applied.
Might not be applied.
Well, it's not. You don't have this huge amount of data. So I don't know, because you're talking about society. Data,
Yeah.
Which is a mass data problem.
Yes. Yes. This is the one of
the area where it's, you know, less data. So do you have any experiences in other domains which are not coming from mass data?
That's a good question. Yeah, let me just think about this. So if I understand your question, so you want to talk about we have mass data that comes from different domains, or
we do not have mass data. I would like to know if somebody applied these methodologies to areas with less data. So not billions of data, but less, much less.
Okay, you mean applying these techniques with less data.
Building up recommended systems.
Yeah, sometimes, of course, we have a problem with limited data sets. So in this case, for example, some of my students work to build recommendation systems for some local business here. You know, for example, one of my master students, he worked with bakery shop to have, you know, to build the recommender systems to try to avoid the wasted selling or the wasted amount of bakery that's can wasted because, you know, bakery is very sensitive and cannot stay longer. So we have a problem with the limited data. I mean, for the bakery shops, for example, we are suffering to get, we have a small data set. So when we train it with our system, the result is not trustable. You know, because the system to trust the model, you should train with a big data, like I mentioned in Yahoo Movie here, that we have, you know, like millions of ratings. Without this, we cannot trust the results. So this is a really problem when we faced sometimes like this examples that I mentioned with my students, that a bakery data is not available for we cannot find. We try just to communicate with big bakery shops to get if they have data set, but this is one of the problems, in fact, that we can face when we're dealing with building machine learning models. Yeah, so we have this problem sometimes happening.
We started with knowledge graph because it's a rule.
Yes.
But there must be some transition, you know, between both systems. And
this we need a large scale system like industrial systems and so on to be able to apply these sophisticated techniques. Yeah, that's a very good point, and in fact is important issues that we should consider.
Work together.
Yeah, of course we have to cooperate with you. Yeah, also there is many open problems. If some students also interested, just you can communicate with me. So maybe Roy Sensei has my email address and contact information, and if someone working PhD or master and want to just to cooperate in any of these methods, I will be glad to communicate with some of you at any time, of course. Yes, thank you so much.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I take just over time. So, but you can still communicate with me by email at any time if you have any question or comment. I will be happy to communicate with you during the conference. Also, if you are here, because I'm here, if you send a message to me. So my email is easy, Hamada, Hamada, just at ETLTC-ICETM. So if you just to go, and it is by chance a Japanese name. So if you just to go, just to make it easy for you, just if I just here, so Hamada, Hamada, at ETLTC-ICETM. So if you just send me a message, if you want to meet with me, talk with me during your stay here, I will be glad to communicate with you.
And also there's an online form which has been sent a while back to where you can put in questions for any presenter.
Oh, yes.
So you can also put it there and then we can address it to the presenter. Okay, is there any question online? All right, if we don't have any question, we'll end the session now and we'll go into lunch and then we'll come back around 1:15. What's the time? 1:15? Okay, so we will again start in 55 minutes. It starts at 1:15 Japan time. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Dipapriya Roy, sir. Good morning. Yeah, good morning, Josna.
Okay, so welcome back. We will get started. I guess the lunch will soon be over for many and everyone will join back in. In the meantime, we'll get started. Thank you everyone again for being here. I'd like to start our next session and I will pass it over to Professor George Fragulis, who is the kind session chair for this session, and it's very early in the morning for him. So I apologize for the inconvenience, but thank you again, George. You can take over from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Roy. You are very kind. Hello to all. My name is George Fragoulis, and I'm a professor at the University of Western Macedonia, Greece. I will present now Professor Chandra from Computer Science Department of Christ University, India. She will speak about artificial intelligence influence in healthcare analytics. Please, Professor Chandra, the floor is yours. We see your presentation not in full format. Please proceed.
Is it fine now, Professor?
Yes, you may proceed,
Yeah.
but your presentation is not in full screen.
So
Right now, I hope it is in full view mode.
no, it's not in full screen. So please make it a full screen format.
1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
thank you.
okay?
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge sir. Good morning, good afternoon, good day to all of you. I thank ETLTC for giving me the opportunity to give a keynote on AI influence in healthcare analytics. Especially, I'll be talking about why AI and what is happening with respect to healthcare analytics and few of our research work with my scholar, whatever I am doing it currently, I'll be briefing about. 1 second. Yes. So leading causes of death globally, according to WHO, it is actually heart-related diseases. So we worked with heart attack, and we are currently working with the stroke, neuroimaging, emotional intelligence. For that also we are using imaging and cancer disease. If you see the survey, according to the WHO, the #1 death, which is globally is given it is actually heart disease, that was worrying me so much. So if at all, if I do my research, what is that I can do for the country? So we have actually, along with my scholar, we did sudden cardiac arrest early prediction. We developed a model using artificial intelligence. Because of the work, what she had done, she was appreciated by the Nebraska Medical University, USA, and she was working as a research fellow. Right now, she moved to Texas University, and currently she is working in the cardiac arrest department itself. She is using artificial intelligence for the healthcare analytics. So now, when I went through few of the survey in the internet, I found very interesting things. There are around 106 startups transforming healthcare with artificial intelligence, but they do what? So they are actually using artificial intelligence for medical imaging as well as diagnosis, then mental health and virtual assistants, which is used as the virtual assistants. We all of us are maybe familiar with Alexa and etc. etc. Lot of wearable devices are there, and inpatient care and hospital management efficiently used by artificial intelligence. Then our lifestyle management, monitoring, and then patient data, risk analytics, all those things are actually with respect to the area in which lot of transformations which is happening with respect to artificial intelligence. To just start with a few introduction. So I hope I'm addressing to the non-computer science people also. Everywhere nowadays, we will be hearing about artificial intelligence, AI in healthcare, AI in business. Now chat GPT, that was the major worry in the academic industry, that it was whatever assignment the student wanted to do, if they tried to give it in the writing, it is actually generated by the chat GPT with the help of the artificial intelligence. Now, even though whatever thread which is there, but lot of good things which is happening with respect to artificial intelligence. Now, I have to name a few. That is why I thought why it is AI especially. So there are multiple reasons in which where misdiagnosis is happening. So AI provide several advantages over traditional methods of analytics and making clinical decisions, especially with respect to systems which is more accurate as they get the opportunity to understand the training data. Furthermore, which helps the humans to get perfect insight about treatment variability, care processes, diagnostic, and patient results. Healthcare section is being transformed by artificial intelligence. The global market for AI in healthcare sector reached 6 million in 2021. However, most of its current impact is not clear to practitioners. So that is where we as the computer professionals, we need to use AI to make a very clear with respect to the doctors, so that whether the treatment can be given in this manner or operation can be taken, or whether the patient is suffering with the early stage or maybe in the middle stage or in the advanced stage. All those kind of a concept will be clear when we try to use these kind of a intelligent techniques. So creating awareness is also one of the reason why I have taken it. So this is the first step in broadening the impact of artificial intelligence initiative. To before I go with some of the implementations, whatever we have done in our research lab, misdiagnosis. Why so misdiagnosis is happening? There are many strong reasons to believe that 5% of misdiagnosis out of all the patients in a high income country is very underestimated. And the rate of misdiagnosis in low income countries might be a way in the higher manner. So according to studies, doctors spend only 10 to 15 minutes with each of their patients during the session on average. Globally, I think India, it is only 10 to 15. I hope it is same thing for the other country also. So within that particular time, 10 to 15 minutes, they are not in a position to understand what kind of symptoms or severity or the factual things, whatever we are actually coming across. So that is where they will ask us to go for taking MRI or maybe sometimes EEG, ECG, fMRI, etc. A lot of medical tools are there, but still understanding those kind of medical tools, it is not very clear for many of the medical doctors. So whatever model we try to develop, it will be a helping hand for the doctors. So obviously we cannot replace the doctors. So what are the most commonly misdiagnosed conditions? Globally speaking is stroke, irritable bowel syndrome, then some of the syndrome like cancer, heart attack, especially with respect to women, breast cancer, cervical cancer, all those things are there. Diabetes, Parkinson's disease, and pulmonary embolism are among the other commonly misdiagnosed conditions. Why I have taken actually the heart diseases, I have to actually quote here one of my real time incident. My own father died with respect to sudden cardiac arrest because he was from the remote place. He had come to Bangalore in India for a few days, and while sleeping itself, he passed away. We could actually recognize only after an hour why he was not able to get up. So that was actually worrying things for me. That was the motivation here to take up this topic actually. So issues in healthcare is, as all of us know, misdiagnosis is a very big issue in the healthcare sector. According to recent report, around 12 million people are misdiagnosed annually. Out of that, 44% of the people are suffering with the cancer. So AI is helping to overcome this issue by improving diagnostic accuracy and efficiency. So these are all the informations which I have taken it from iCloud Hospitals in online. So what are the pros and cons of AI in healthcare? There are a lot of pros. To name a few, improved diagnostics, and several rural communities will get the better treatment, better clinical decisions, streamlines several processes. Cons, there are difficulties are there to understand the methods and algorithms. It is very difficult to adapt to the medical people. Requires a human assistance or intervention, which requires the implementation of the correct AI platform, because nowadays we talk about multiple artificial intelligence. For example, I was checking it what kind of AI which is there. It is mainly categorized into general AI, narrow AI, and super AI. Now, a general AI, which is actually used for game development and other recommendation systems. And the super AI, or maybe we call it as the, it is a very specific AI, which is used mostly in the medical field to improvise our medical treatment. So if time permits, I will be briefing about 2 case studies here, whatever we have done. One is actually cardiac arrhythmia. Other one is respiratory motion prediction in lung cancer. So cardiac arrhythmia, as you all know why it is occurring, because as and when we delay the treatment for the heart attack patient, arrhythmia will occur. So the tissue formation will be there. When we actually delay it for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour, 6 hours, it differs. So that will be briefed in the later slide. So what kind of a social impact which is there if this model is used? So we developed a artificial intelligence model. We had given one name also that I'll be talking about in future. So globally, the heart disease is the #1 death-based survey. It is according to WHO. What is the things people use it to do? It is a ICD, that is call it as implantable cardioverter defibrillator, that is call it as the pacemaker, is needed only when there is an electrical stimulation. So unnecessary placing of ICD for the heart patient, which leads to bleeding, damage to the vessels, infection of the incision, etc. So early prediction of heart arrhythmia using MRI images really needed. To develop ML and AI based techniques for the clinical heart models, which identifies the scar tissue in the heart to predict heart arrhythmia. Early prediction helps the doctors to predict whether the cardiac patient is need of ICD or not. So this work I'll be giving what all the process we have undergone with respect to the model development. So we developed a diagnostic model which will actually take a decision or maybe give a recommendation system to the doctor that whether the patient is need of ICD or not based on the tissue size. So to name few technologies, I have just explained here whatever tools and techniques we used. So as we all know, medical image processing is actually, it is an important and essential component in the field of biomedical research and clinical practice. Medical image processing, analysis and visualization of the applications with respect to quantitative analysis and visualization of the medical images, numerous modalities like PET, MRI, CT, microscopic, etc., are there. So analyzing these diverse type of images requires sophisticated computerized quantification and visualization tools. So we have actually started with the pre-processing techniques. Why pre-processing? The moment I say pre-processing, people will be thinking about noise. Yes, obviously to improvise the image quality, and we have used pre-processing, and also to reduce the complexity, because so that to increase the accurate prediction in the medical diagnosis. So most of the pre-processing techniques which is used to remove the noise or to reconstruct the image to enhance the medical image features, the pre-processing techniques plays a major role here. The main aim of the pre-processing is to improve the quality of the image as well as suppresses the unwilling, dishearten, or to encourage the features. So we also did a segmentation method, because segmentation is one of the popular and efficient techniques in context of medical image analysis. This process is label each pixel in the images and locate the boundaries and the object. So the purpose of this is to clearly identify the contour from the medical images. Feature selection, we have also done various feature selection and the extraction method, because a lot of features will be there like color, size, background, foreground. But it is not necessarily that we may have to use all kind of features. So to identify whether these features are relevant or irrelevant, we have actually used this method, feature selection, which is further the outcome of this particular method is to reduce the dimensionality. As we all know, the high dimensionality data is very tough to use it. So we have to actually find out which are all the data is really needed, which are all the data are not needed. So to less the data transformation for an efficient feature extractions, we used feature selection, which reduces the unimportant problematic predictor. Feature selection also select, ranks, and screens which are the important for the predictors. The extraction is mainly to extract and transform the original image to the reduced number of features, including discriminating information, which further reduces the data dimensionality, remove redundancy or irrelevant informations, which transforms in the form of the appropriate classification. Now, classification means, as the IT professionals know, what is the classification? So we will be building the classification model with the help of the artificial intelligence to improve the performance of the the predictions. So simply extraction method, which are mainly based on data reduction to obtain the scalar feature, because the way in which we use this model, it should not take more than actually a required time, because on the fly, doctor may be looking for some quick decisions whether to fix the ICD or not, whether should I take the operation or not, especially with respect to major diseases like cancer and heart attack or maybe a stroke. They need to actually take a second opinion or third opinion. They will be looking for an intelligent software to give us suggestions or the recommendations. So that's where artificial intelligence is helping the doctors to make more appropriate decision before they go for the operations. So now, what is classification? Why we should actually use this classification? We all of us know classification is actually a supervised algorithms in the field of an artificial intelligence. Image classification is based on the clinical study, visible issue which aims for classifying medical images in various categories. Medical image classification is the key techniques which is especially used for the computer-aided diagnosis system. Most important problem in this is actually recognizing the image area in which where the cancer is affected or maybe the tissue is formed. So it also aims to classify the medical images into different categories to help the doctors in disease diagnosis or future research or the further research. So I'll be just briefing about a few literature survey. Generally, the common method for the image enhancement is to histogram equalization. So which enhances the contrast of image by the equal distribution of the gray level. So histogram equalization is one of the best method to recognize the noise, as well as we use the wavelet transformation techniques to improve the performance of the ultrasound, which improved the edges and the abdominal walls for the real-time performance in the dynamic applications. And a few literature, morphological filtering is used for sharpening the medical images to sharpen the existing image after applying the gradient-based operator for the edges. Morphological operator increases and decreases the colors in the different parts of the medical images, which plays a greater role in processing of the images. So morphological gradient for locating the edges, because identifying the correct locations, which is very, very important, and where in which we found morphological filtering is one of the algorithm which is actually used for sharpening the medical images, and also found the fuzzy C-means for segmentation of the medical images, which is used to improve the local spatial with the classical clustering method. And John had proposed the kernel techniques for the calculation of the distance between cluster centers. He also used kernel-based classifications, and Otso techniques was proposed in Otso in 1979. And this is actually a global thresholding selection, which is used for simple and effective way. So there are a lot of proposed algorithms which is there, but Otso is considered as one of the fast regressive techniques, which reduces the computational time. It is also the best techniques for real world images, which is based on the shape and the uniformity. And to name a few, because I'm not going in detail about multiple literature, because we have covered more than 150 papers for all these tasks. But in the segmentation, what we found few methods: median filtering algorithm, Gaussian filtering, fuzzy C-means, edge detection, region going algorithms, support vector machine, etc. Yields a good segmentation result. So we used hybrid method for the segmentation. Hybrid model for the image processing increases the accuracy on the classification. So in classification, especially we used neural networks, deep neural networks. We found AI and decision tree, K-means, ML, which yields good result. So in the classification techniques, hybrid model for the medical image processing increases the accuracy on the prediction. So what will be the social impact of this sudden cardiac arrest? So we developed a model. We named it as IAAP, that is call it as the Intelligent Analytical Arrhythmia Predictor model, which contribute in terms of early prediction of the high-risk arrhythmia patient, which could use to avoid unnecessary implantation of the ICD. So generally, medical techniques are used by the radiologist to visually identify the scarred region in the myocardial infarcted patient for the prediction of the arrhythmia patient. So to address the clinical needs, the current approach automates the identification and the classification of the scarred region in the heart for the prediction of the arrhythmia patient. You may be thinking about, I am talking about the radiologist as well as the cardiologist. So the moment we think about the heart-related issues, the operations will be handled by the cardiologist, the decision also understanding the heart and the functionality. But generally, the MRI image will be taken care of by the radiologist. So our work is actually supplemented to the radiologist because they were measuring the volume calculations in the form of, looking at the image and taking 30 to 1 hour time duration. There was no automation. So we automated that particular field using AI algorithms that I'll be covering it in future. So now just to say about this particular domain, I'm not going in depth about this domain because it may be boring for you people. This is call it as the myocardial tissue. One second, let me take the pen. Yeah, this is called the myocardial infractions, and this is the information where I got it from the clinical perspective. So then this is actually 4 types of categories which is there in the delayed enhancement of the myocardial tissue. This is within 15 minutes, you could see, right? There is no tissue is formed. But as and when we delay the heart patient, see here in yellow color highlighted 40 minutes, the tissue is formed. And more than 3 hours, it is for 3 hours, it is spread across the heart. And then greater than 6 hours, you could see almost it is actually closing the point. So in this case, which leads to death. So these things actually we can avoid. So our work is actually, this is actually the simulated one, what I had shown here. This one is actually from the clinical perspective. You could see the white patches, right? This is called a tissue. So a lot of varieties are there. And I just wanted to show these kind of things. So myocardial tissue means which will be there in the heart. It can be from the right ventricle or maybe from the left ventricle. And depending on how far we delay the heart patient. So that is why we will be in a hurry to actually do the first aid or maybe taking them to the hospital, giving for treatment. Okay, so let me explain about the model here. The model what we used, as I told, pre-processing, classification and all, the first phase of our model, we used pre-processing. Under pre-processing, we have done segmentation. We used morphological filtering plus fuzzy logic. Fuzzy C means, so it is a hybrid approach which had given the highest accuracy, feature extraction and the feature selection method. For that, we used gray thresholding plus region growing. And the third phase, we used volume finding. For that, we used flood-filled algorithms. Afterwards, we have actually classified that particular tissue with respect to which classification. So that's where actually the severity of the heart is actually decided. For that, we used a decision tree. Normal decision tree was giving a better accurate result than the CNN and deep learning and all. So class 1 means the tissue range between 1 to 25. The tissue range between 26 to 50 and 51 to 75 and more than 75 4 category. So whatever our model will recommend, if it is actually class 1 and class 2, there's no need of actually fixing the ICD. And if it is going into class 3 and class 4, the patient need of ICD, the doctor may suggest them to fix the ICD to regulate the heart. That is our work, and we have not actually developed the model and just stopped it. We also verified and validated with respect to various methods. We have used LM feed-forward neural networks for the evaluation of our classification model. So in first phase, we did the pre-processing. In the second phase, we did feature extraction and the feature selection. In third phase, we did value finding. And in fourth phase, we categorized the heart belongs to which particular category. And in the fifth phase, we verified and then we published the paper also based on this particular model. Where was the data? We have taken it because, as you all know, it is very difficult to a country like India to go to the hospitals and collect. So we have taken the cardiac atlas from Sunnybrook cardiac data and also from the MICAI data set. We should acknowledge these two open repositories because it was a great help for my scholar to do the work. So then the median filtering, because I was talking about so many algorithms we used. I'm not going in depth about all this algorithm explanation. Given a period, I think I wanted to close it within my stipulated time. Median filtering algorithm we used as a pre-processing techniques to reduce the noise in the MRI. Because actually speaking is, in the data set, they have written like a pre-processed image. But then we classified and then we categorized also. Later, we realized we have not done pre-processing. Then we presented our work. Then experts suggested, why don't you actually measure the noise in the image and then try to apply all kind of a pre-processing techniques. That is where again we started from the beginning. So one way it is a kind of a reinforcement learning we applied because learning from the past mistake. So which is used to reduce the noise in the MRI image. We applied median filtering algorithm. Whatever steps we followed, I had given here because I cannot justify for the topic when I go in depth about all the AI algorithms. Morphological filtering also we used to identify the contour of the enhancement, and we used flood-fill algorithms for the volume calculation, but before that we used fuzzy C means to segment the contour because the contour is nothing but the tissue because we are not going to handle the entire heart. Our work is actually limited to only the tissue found. Based on that, we will categorize whether the patient belongs to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 or 4. The measurement value I had given, we referred with respect to the clinical journals, and we have taken the suggestions from the clinical expert from India as well as from the USA, because in USA also it is actually more number of people are suffering with heart attack globally, country like it is a global survey. Okay, so gray thresholding is to separate the foreground and the background because sometimes we may be using only the foreground portion of the image. Sometimes we may be using only the background portion of the image. So whichever is relevant or irrelevant, if you feel that it is relevant, you will be using it. If you feel it is irrelevant, we will be ignoring it. So we have to separate that. So for that, we used this particular algorithm to do the separation of the foreground and the background image. We also use the region growing to extract the scar region, particularly because the space is very, very important in the heart where it occurred. Then we will try to measure that, then we will categorize, then our work will actually give a recommendation that whether the patient is in need of ICD or not. So the decision tree is actually which is used. Why? Especially the very old technique decision tree, even though so many DNN, CNN, etc. is there. Decision tree it is evolved and random forest. So many things are there. But here, even to take ours is only a whether to fix the ICD or not. It is a binary decision, yes or no. So for that particular category, the decision tree behaved really well when we applied other artificial intelligence algorithm. So to classify the data based on the scar value. And these are all the methods we followed. We used noise identification for the MRI image. And this is the real-time data. So we have used histogram equalization to measure how much is the noise. Because when I see this original image, I will not be in a position to understand. Either the non-medical people or the medical people should be in a position to understand if somebody says noise is reduced. So we have used a mathematical model to measure it. So even this is not actually accepted noise for the further processing. So these are all actually mathematical measures. As the histogram, different bins were there. After implementing the noise removal, you can see here the noise portion is so much which is reduced. And then we also checked with 3 different patients with respect to 3 different cases actually as a training sample. So this is the original image. It is noise here, it is so much. And after applying the histogram equalization, we reduced. This is for the 3rd category. And again, you can see the number of bins. Earlier, before the noise removal, it is 772. After the median filtering, it is reduced into less number of bins. So now to name a few, and all these things are there. And this is the pre-processing steps what we implemented. I have briefed you people. I'm just showing only the experimental evidence what we have done. Again, it is using the morphological filtering. And now we have also compared with other algorithms like median and morphological filtering. You can see this is the original image. When we use the Gaussian blur, the output is like this. When we use the bilateral filter and median filtering, but then we combined this median morphological median filtering plus the morphological filtering. We got the efficient filtering method. And because when looking at the images as a layman, we will not be in a position to understand, because for the clinical expert, they will understand what is the thing which is removed. For that, actually, we have represented in the form of a matrix how many bins it is reduced, what is that which is reduced, like that. So in the 2nd stage, we did the segmentation using the fuzzy c-means. And in the 3rd stage, we actually classified, we used some graphical representation for measuring it. Now feature selection, see, look at here, this is the tissue we extracted from 3 different samples. And you could see, this is very small, this is little bit moderate, this is more tissue is there. But now, what was happening is, radiologists used to measure, this is 30%, 50%, 60% like that. But there is no automation which happened in this particular field. That is where AI is helping them to find out accurate volume of that particular tissue. So this is the final result.
Professor Chada, excuse me, could you please conclude your presentation if you like?
Yeah, I will conclude it. Can I get one minute time? Yeah. So classification and prediction as the final stage. And we concluded that because this belongs to class 1 and class 2 category, this is need ICD, which is written here. This is no need of ICD, no treatment. So all those things are actually, it is done. And this is the final experiment, whatever we have done. Even we have done for the normal heart also. You could see the final result, which is showing as the block, because no tissue is there. Because even we use the normal heart to check whether it is really working fine or not. So to conclude, so artificial intelligence is actually doing a remarkable work in the field of the healthcare industry, because maybe I can say I myself, I can give the as the usage of the AI algorithms we used in several places, like fusioning one image with the CT and PET, MRI and fMRI, like that. The recent scenario is we actually started developing a multi-model where in which multiple modalities can be used for the doctors, because there is no single software which is there to handle MRI image, fMRI or EEG or ECG. All researchers are used for 2 combination, 3 combination, but to handle more than 2 medical tools, there is no particular tool or a model which is already available. So I request the researcher, maybe it is a takeaway, maybe from my end. So where we can try to build different kind of modalities or different kind of heterogeneous data to have a recommendation system with the help of the AI. So that's it from my end. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I should thank the entire committee and the University of Aju for giving us the opportunity to present our ideas sitting from India. So thank you, Judge Sir, for your wonderful the moderation. Thank you, everyone.
I want to thank Professor Chada for this beautiful presentation. Are there any questions for the audience? Okay, can I ask one questions, Professor Chada?
Yes, sir.
Yes, the datasets that you are using are open to public or no?
It is a open data repository.
Okay, and what programming language do you use to make this?
We used MATLAB, but the recent scenario is I started using Python because MATLAB is going to die because it is not a open source. We cannot afford to use. The recent development, I started using Python, but we used MATLAB for this particular work.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Now it's time for our second presentations by Professor Ohini from the Department of Computer Science, Christie University, India. She's going to talk about the impact of artificial intelligence on web development. Please, Professor Ohini, the floor is yours. We see your presentation. You may proceed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, good afternoon. Have a blessed day. So I'm going to talk about impact of artificial intelligence on web development. So my colleague was talking about artificial intelligence in healthcare, where artificial intelligence is used in various healthcare and in so many industries. Nowadays, we see artificial intelligence is governing everybody. So the best example is ChatGPT, where today morning I read a news. An interview was given, and it was given by a ChatGPT, and it was taken. Artificial intelligence learning as, but the person who is developing that is nothing but.
Okay, you may proceed. We have some problems in your audience.
Okay, now it is clear, sir.
It's clear. You may stop the video so we have
the audio. Audio is clear.
Professor Rohini, please stop your video. Please, stop your video, and then it may get better.
Okay, 1 minute, sir. I will. Yeah. So is it clear now?
Yes, yes, you may proceed. Thank you.
Yes. And it was identified, but with the artificial intelligence is governing us, we say we are the developers. So we are the masters. So whatever artificial intelligence is doing, it is helping us. So we will be seeing today how artificial intelligence is impacting in the web development. Nowadays, we see in each and every field, we have a web application which are helpful for us in many other ways. So we will see how to help artificial intelligence be helping the web development. as I all know, I'm going to give only one slide here, web development. So when we have requirement gathering, planning and strategy, wireframe and design, content creation, coding and development, testing and QA, deployment, maintenance. So we will see in the forthcoming slide the and of course the layers of web development, server side, client side, full stack developer. So coming big intelligence is intelligent system. So whereas here what we are going to see is how building the customization mainly for the websites. Yes, sir.
There are still problems with your audio. You can proceed now. Okay, thank you.
Okay. By the clients at variable time stamp. Here we are going to optimize web development applications, but with by using so many methods or the search methods, artificial intelligence and machine learning, which are going to be used in different disciplines, neuroscience or psychology or linguistic. Okay, so that AI attends through websites. So AI in web development. So as I said, today, even a small petty shop has a website. So when we ask something, they say, refer to our website. So it is mandatory for all the business needs to in the market to have a website. So according to Statistica report, the revenue generation from AI is going to be expected to reach $126 billion in 2025. This is because AI rules everywhere. That is, each company started developing sites. That shows that it is being using there. Okay, the adoption of AI will change the nature of work in all business. And as AI is improving more and more, and advanced techniques are there, it has different methodologies, and it's going to help the business and customer interaction, and mainly predictive analysis. So I normally say data analytics, predictive analysis, which is going to predict. And we have analysis solution for the problem. So we can immediately prescribe. We need and prediction, because we cannot wait for so much time. So in that case, it can be a predictive and prescriptive analysis on the data which is assembled from social media, web matrices, and system matrices. So the UX, user experience features. Nowadays, users information is there in the website. They're not being so much attracted by it. They need the experience. They need a comfort. They need a appearance, aesthetics, so many other things. So AI is mainly used in improving the UX features of the website and the applications. Why artificial intelligence in website development? One is to simplify the development process. Next, the development design layouts suggestions and give real-time suggestions for the development process. Nowadays, there are so many websites or applications website within minutes. It's not needed of writing a HTML code enhancing it by using CSS, and then writing a client-side script by using JavaScript or any other scripting languages, and then connecting it. Wix is a software application which is a artificial intelligence design development, where it's going to create a website automatically when you give the features. Role of AI. So let the machine play your role. So the machine is going to play the role of human beings, which means it's going to be intelligent, smart, but no common sense in some cases that act like human. So it boosts the user experience by creating strong human connection, by improving the social listening, data analysis, and facial recognition. It's inbuilt with virtual robots and innovative technology to provide efficient functioning just like humans. So as I said, AI is going to play the role of a human being. So we will see some essential facts about the internet that are vital for every entrepreneur. So why AI in website? Because there are 4.54 billion global users in 2020, equaling 50% of the penetration. 38% of people leave a website content or 7% of customers based on its website design. Users sanitation customers are less likely to come back due to bad user experience. So as these facts tell, the user experience or design is so important, not the content. So how AI contributes to web development? Why must you utilize AI in web development? Searching becomes faster and smoother. So normally the SEO algorithm, the search engine optimization, or any searching. So there are different methodologies of AI where searching will be faster and smoother. For example, if I take the one say last month test you have some this month. So it will put a reminder for us based on our user, based on the cookie. It will be saying these are the things you have left. And based on your search, it's going to search the related items and give it. Then it enhances the interactions with clients online. AI also improves brand visibility. You can achieve a better personalization of the business with AI. AI helps in smoothly connecting with the targeted audience. What we have to use AI web development stimulate the customer engagement. We were seeing till now the user design or the user experience, the website design. It's a main problem. So that case, add AI-powered chatbots and communication tools to enhance customer experience and induce engagement. So in this case, we can include activity. We have an easy tool that is AIML, which is artificial intelligence markup language, where some of my students have worked.
Unfortunately, we lost connection with Professor Arhini.
Sir, she'll be connecting.
She had very bad.
She joined, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Rohini, ma'am?
Okay, you may proceed and start sharing screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, there was some description in the internet. I will connect.
No problem.
Yes, sir. George, sir, can you clearly see my screen, sir?
Everything's okay. Please
Yes,
proceed.
yes, thank you, sir. Yeah. So the chatbots stimulate the real conversation and easily replace the customer services. So as I said, I was telling about AIML, which is artificial intelligence markup language, where we can easily create a chatbot, which is a artificial intelligence markup language. I am not able to move to the next. Sorry, 1 minute. I am not able to move to the next. This thing, 1 minute, sir. I will stop sharing and I will.
Please take your time. It's okay.
Yes. Conduct customer behavior analysis. So it empowers website owners and e-commerce business to analyze customers' behavior by monitoring their daily activity on the platform. As I said, the Flipkart or the Big Basket or any other applications, e-commerce applications tell us. And nowadays, there are so much of customization on the experience, user experience, and where they can use visual AI to make the informed purchases, and the page which we use in now our phones will say automatic recharging or automatic filling of the wallet. So that is similar to a reorder level. When I come to this level, immediately recharge my wallet automatically. So the instructions have been given and it performs automatically the wallet filling bank account. Next one is the image recognition, which allows businesses to remove inappropriate content and counterfeit products from their platform that are uploaded as fake reviews called customers. So here, mainly
Well, very sorry because we have a problem again with connection of Professor Arhini.
Yeah, sorry, Professor. Madam is not in station. Yeah, maybe that remote place, it is a little problem. I think she joined back.
Okay.
Ma'am has joined back. Yeah. Rohini ma'am, can you hear us?
Chandra ma'am, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am. Yeah.
George sir, can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, yes,
George
please
sir?
proceed.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay, so I will maybe. Sorry for the inconvenience. There is some internet problems. 1 minute.
Now I think you stopped your screen, ma'am. Yeah.
Ma'am, there is this thing, it's not moving back. 1 minute. 1 minute, ma'am. Give me 1 minute. I will come back it. One minute, I will share the screen. I think the PPT is not moving. I will again share it. 1 minute. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah. Can you see, sir? George, sir?
No, there's no screen sharing, Professor.
Okay. Yes, it's 1 minute, sir.
Now we can see your screen.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Yes. So quality assurance get quite tedious AI improve the speed and performance of your websites. It helps you to collect data and inferences. Personalized user experience. So here we have seen the customer experience has become the epic center of the modern business world. Unique momentum and has become the transformation champion. Cognitive analysis and environments is the best way to develop an influential website. And we perform statistical analysis to predict the user's experience of your site. And AI-enabled websites can process information data on any scale to serve end users according to the interest in the right way. So for example, the COVID data. So in many of the websites, the COVID data is available, COVID vaccination is available. The data about the COVID vaccination, the effects are available. And we do research in the Twitter, the sentiment analysis by using AI and ML algorithms. So what is their mindset or what is the stress and strain developed by the people and what type of fake news are also there. So all are enabled by using AI websites. And chatbots, as I told before itself, better reply predictions. So which instead of your BPO or a person in the site, the chatbots are really helping to give all the questions, the corresponding answers by the fact that has been feeded into them. So here the techniques used can be data encryption, behavior analysis, and multi-factor authentication, which provide the chatbot with the ultimate security. So as I said, why you should use AI in the web development and design, analyzing the customer behavior, website development mission, quality assurance and testing, store experience, fast search, machine centralized research, web design, diagnostic, and self-designing websites. By seeing this, we will be having a question, would AI substitute web development? So I think no, AI will not be substituting web development, but it will be helping and giving perfect suggestions in performing the layout design. And it can give a software developer a good piece of advice, but engineers may not be able to get a correct decision, but it will be given by the chatbots and AI research techniques, AI analysis of end user interaction metrics, etc. So nowadays, the website ranking is more important. When I give my name, my information should be on the top. So there are different algorithms. Again, it has been empowered by artificial intelligence. So search engine optimization with artificial intelligence analyzes the relationship between websites, content pages, and SEO ranking. So the SEO tools using AI or WordFit Page Optimizer Pro, can I rank more for your AI? So AI-based framework for managing product recommendations. So the data filtering tools that make use of various algorithms and most relevant items to a customer market. So mainly nothing also AI is applied. So here the predictions provide the following insights. What are customers planning to buy next? Which products do customers like? What are the mediums and devices that customers use to bring from your website? What is the customer's ideal time to shop for your products? And a chatbot, which is activated to improve the user experience. So I think I have spoken these things, so I will skip based on the sparsity of time. Why is it important to use artificial intelligence? So this also we have seen, except the demand for voice-based search and AI search engines. Examples are Siri, Alexa, Google Home, and Cortana. And ChatGPT. So I will be missing if I don't tell about ChatGPT, which can be incorporated in the websites. And I'm not going to say much about it, but it is a reinforcement learning that used for GPT is artificial intelligence techniques, of course, which is a reinforcement learning from human feedback, that is RLHF. And another software which creates images based on the content, a text content given by the user, DALL-E or DALL-E 2. So here you can see an image, an avocado armchair on the planet Mars. So these are the images created by the DALL-E software. It is in research. Some beta version has been given out. So the ChatGPT is a text-based one, whereas the DALL-E is only an image-based chat. And we have voice-based conversations by AI. So this is a very easy technique where instead of typing a long sentence, the users can be given a preference by type. In type, you can do voice-based. So here, real-world examples of virtual assistants are Siri, Alexa, Google Home, and Cortana. Okay, now we have seen artificial intelligence changing web design and web development. As I said in the first slide, the requirements gathering and analysis can be automated using AI, where the requirement gathering can be the voice-based or text-based or the image-based based on the AI-powered tools. And for analysis, we can use a combination of NLP, machine learning, artificial visual algorithms, and image recognition tools. And of course, the user experience. So you can use ADI systems, which is artificial design intelligence systems, AI chatbots, user interfaces, AI recommendation optimization tools, and web design diagnostic tool. So I will skip some of the slides. Okay. So modern application tools associated with AI web development. So what can be the tools used there? So it can be TensorFlow, which is an AI framework that can carry out complex numerical computation. Install this complex computation across servers, computers, and phones due to its high performance architecture, regular updates and fixes, and as a vast ecosystem. Any solution to a by flow, or we can use Wix website build some design suggestion and suggest the styles and the operations to be performed easily based on the user requirement. Then Adobe Sensei, which is your AI automating tool, which is used for designing and creating better websites. And it automatically identifies the image patterns and manipulates them. And the main assistant in patching, which accelerates the workflows. Then the next tool can be FireDrop, which is website development tool using machine learning. It assigns operation to an AI-powered chatbot. The AI assistant gathers users' answers to previously defined questions, helps enterprises in creating more websites in less time. So there are some examples of use of AI in web development: Grid, Amazon, Netflix. The best practices of AI in web development is quick loading time, mobile responsive design, conversion ready, geared for SEO, highly secure and progressive web applications. Pros is cognitive abilities, structure identification, design inconsistencies, and context apprehension. And the cons, of course, when so much of benefits by it, there should be some cons. As I said at the beginning, it's a place for humans. By 90% of all jobs will be under threat to be replaced by smart machines. which maybe include web design, graphic design, mobile app design, privacy issues. Software such as analytics, when combined with AI, has unlimited potential to mine customer data and insights. It could be scary for consumers because 94% of them want to do business with their company with full transparency, impersonal interactions. Many of us might have experimented that or experienced that the chatbot may be asking some personal questions. So what is the opportunity for AI in web development? Can pursuing a career in web development be fruitful in this technological advancement and the emergence of AI, constant innovation and growth of interfaces? Even though there are some pros and cons in AI in web development, what changes AI in web development can bring are, it can perform rigorous work without fearing about wasting time, avoid the procedures of building up a website from scratch, customize content according to the preferences of every individual visiting your site. Nay, people with no understanding of web development can create their own user interfaces. Get the work of web designing done by AI if you lack the capability of designing an interactive website prototype. Future of AI. Artificial intelligence is, of course, a never-ending sector. Experts envision AI to do more than just web designing in a small scale. AI, with its cognitive abilities, will create designs and themes for the website. Internet of Things can help in building attractive and eye-catching graphics for the website. AI smart algorithm will understand the need of users and will, based on the cognitive abilities, will given the user preference. There are many AI sites. I will something. RYTR, which is writer, which understands the different ways of writing on a particular topic. Crayon for imaging. Quick Draw, of course, for draw, or Auto Draw for drawing. Semantics is for checking the semantics, similar to Grammarly, but it is for the semantics. Then Stock AI, Assembly AI, audio and video files. So there are so many. I can go on listing on it, but I will currently quickly come to the conclusion. Today, having a website is mandatory for all business, and AI is playing a vital role. And many of the companies are producing web development companies have started developing AI-enabled websites. So it's crucial for the website developers and designers to learn about artificial intelligence in order to utilize what it has to be offered. With 3, 4 questions for us to think. I will complete the speech. Should web developers learn AI? So we should think back. Even though AI is predicting into the web development field, we should know whether should web developers learn AI. By far, the greater danger of artificial intelligence is that people conclude too early that they understand it, which is by Elisa Udowski. Will AI take over web development? No, because web development is the process in which we are going to develop the website, and AI is going to empower it. Will backend developers be replaced by AI? We will come to the answers at the later stage. Will AI take over the front-end developers? It will not be taking over the front-end developers, but the design will be automated by AI. At the end, I want to say,
Professor Hirni, could you please conclude your presentation?
Yes,
Thank you very much.
One more slide, sir. AI tools can never replace human developers. Okay, because AI model cannot produce perfect UI and UX websites that are free of bugs and glitches. It cannot produce images with complex customization. It cannot consistently produce websites with unique designs. It cannot give results without needing human assistance. The takeover of AI in front-end, back-end web development, it cannot take over the job because customization has certain limitations. patterns and designs also get repetitive in a AI developed website. That need a lot of interference. Example, payment process, frame records, other important elements. So that should be done by a human being. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, University of Aiju and Dr. George for the moderator. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ohini, for your presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay.
George,
Now,
if I may just make one point that there is an online forum where everyone can join in and put their feedback about the presentation if they have any question, and it can be answered afterwards. I will send a PDF file over after the conference is over, and it can be addressed at the discretion of the presenter. Thank you.
thank you,
Thank
Professor
you, sir.
Roy.
Definitely we will do that.
Okay.
Yes,
Are
sir. Thank you, sir.
any other questions? Thank you, Professor Ohini. Now it's time for the next presentation. Is from my dear friend and esteemed colleague, Professor Panos Arianidis from the University of Western Macedonia. He is director of Ithaca Lab and founder of the first startup of University of West Macedonia, MetaMind. Please, Professor Arianidis, we have the floor.
Thank you, George. Good morning, all from Greece. Many thanks for the invitation. Let me share my screen. I hope you can see it well. So again, hello all. I'm very happy to be here with you to present some findings and trends about next generation and Internet of Things. In this very, very interesting conference. So very fast, some few words about our work in the university and especially in the Ithaca Lab, which is focused on IoT applications. So we're very active in European and national projects about IoT, having secured more than 3.7 million euros in a budget and having more than 8 2020 and Horizon Europe projects, which is the most significant funding tool of the European Commission. And we have also many PhD students, many members, and many projects coordinating by our personnel here in the lab. So I will talk today about the latest trends on NG-IoT, and I will also communicate and share with you many useful findings coming from our experience in running IoT projects like that one, which is our flagship. It's called Terminate, Next Generation Smart Interconnected IoT, and it's also coordinated by our lab. It's focused on the next generation reference architecture, and we try to see here what's the next steps to ensure that this globe IoT playground will be also open for new trends, applications, services, and products, and also to see how the intelligence could be lowered to the edge, to foster the edge computing, and also to reduce the latency, most of the latency of the applications, to ensure newcomers and new players in this very interesting playground. And as you can see in the consortium, we have a balanced group of many brands coming from academia, SMEs, and industries, so as to work together on many applications in the healthcare, manufacturing, smart farming, and many other things. And another very interesting project we're running is about smart grid and secure energy and power applications, which is also one major topic of NG-IoT: security, privacy, and trust of critical infrastructure, including the energy domain. Also, we run a lot of projects that combines AI and the latest trends on cloud and edge computing, like this race, which is recently started. And we try here to promote a transparent way of sharing and processing data and academic data, enabling the community to publish with trust and privacy the data and metadata for academic and beyond reasons. And of course, we have a lot of experience on cybersecurity and all the fostering all the resilience of critical infrastructure like transportation, banking, and healthcare, and also to increase the critical services resilience. And another one, AI for cyber, on the same direction for providing cybersecurity services for comprehensive detection analysis of AI-powered attacks. And also we run and we try to, to transfer the knowledge coming from large projects to Erasmus Plus projects, like many KA2 projects, so as to include also our students and PhD students and master students to all this, playground of knowledge, like joint about smart energy, incidents about cyber hygiene in education, and some national ones. This is about smart farming by using drones and how we can also detect early anomalies in trees and plants. So let me give you some very basics and some background on this evolution of Internet of Things towards the next generation of Internet of Things, by starting from human-to-human communication, then evolving to WWW, and then the Internet of Services comes into place by having the web number 2.0. Then we go to social media and Internet of People, and now we're in the middle of the Internet of Things epoch by having machine-to-machine communications, more smart devices, many smart devices, and of course, an increased level of automation, actuation, and smart payments, smart contracts between people and and beyond between machines. So we need new requirements for covering all these domain, and to allow more services, more people to use this domain and exploit this domain, and new markets to be evolved. Here we can see the 6 steps of the Internet of Things from connection to benefit, starting from number 1, which is the device connection connectivity, going to number 2, which is the sensing and collecting, then to number 3, which is the data transport and access, to number 4, data analytics, number 5, data value defined by action, and then to the final step, which is the human value, implications, and experiences, and the thing that is important here is to provide this cycle, this very important cycle, to allow people to use these devices, these services, and to provide to the society an added value. So number 6 is very important, and we need to target which kind of sensing information we're going to use, how we're going to using by applying AI, machine learning, and analytics, and which is the added value for the society. So all this evolution from IoT to next generation IoT comes into place by having many devices, 3 billion new IoT devices nowadays, many more data volumes, many and new kind of NGI IoT device like vehicles, drones, and all these domain needs new requirements like the high data rates, new and increased reliability and coverage, high security, increased privacy, scalability, of course. So all this discussion about the evolution of IoT should be done again to open the way and pave the way for the new applications, and of course to conduct all of this research needed in all the layers of IoT. And here you can see a very indicative example of how in Terminet, the first project I presented to you, how we try to apply all of these things in a new reference architecture. And there are also more sister projects under the same umbrella of this call, European call of ICT 56. We're working all on together in a common direction where you can see the core node and the edge node. We try to decouple the applications that have to run to the edge node very close to the data source and to the final user, and to remain and keep some applications on the cloud, which is included in this figure in the core node. So everything and the intelligence of the network goes down close near to the physical layer where we have all the IoT devices. And in this project also we're working on the interoperability by having a new kind of interconnection by using SDN technology between the devices and the switches and all the actuators and the connected devices on the middleware layer. And at the same time, in a cross layer, we have a security, a pool of security tools for protecting and securing the network in its layer in a different way. Starting by security, which is maybe the most important aspect of the next steps of NG-IoT. Here we have a lot of challenges to be addressed, like the interoperability, different brands that cannot speak together. They don't use the same operation system, or they cannot cooperate under the same API. Of course, the constrained resources, especially under very specific scenarios of IoT like drones, the autonomic control, the information volume, and of course the scalability. We have to provide scenarios that could be used in a large volumes by covering many aspects of the human life. And new threats coming to the NG-IoT playground beyond the very traditional ones, like the threats on the communication layer, like the selective forwarding, sinkhole, wormhole attacks, hello flood attacks, you know, all these conventional kind of threats. Now we have to deal with new kind of sophisticated threats and attacks like social engineering, where the human factor also plays a very important role, the backdoor attacks, the buffer overflow. So all this design of the NG-IoT, including new layers like the business layer, should be redesigned and to take care of critical things like the privacy and the trust. And of course, new countermeasures should be also taken into account beyond the conventional ones like the firewall or the access control or the intrusion detection using conventional methods. Now we have to deal with new deals and services like honeypots as a service, end-to-end security, advanced intrusion detection systems, privacy impact assessment, new kind of forensics, and new things in this very interesting and attractive market of cybersecurity. And here I put a very specific slide about the honeypots, and I would like to pinpoint the need of a new kind of thinking of how to protect an NG-IO device, especially devices coming from critical infrastructure. Here, for example, we have a device from Schneider Electric on the electricity domain. For this an RTU. So we try to emulate this RTU and to emulate its operation in a virtualized environment like Docker, and also to create many instances of this Docker to protect the real devices and to capture also the modern and the new kind of cybersecurity and attacker techniques and new ways of penetrating the systems. Also, the NG-IoT should be designed together with all the advances on the 5G and beyond technologies in relation to the connectivity and the coverage, since 5G comes to provide many advances to the NG-IoT, like increasing the number of devices connected, the capacity, of course, the throughput, and also to provide under specific circumstances low latency. Low latency is very important for NG-IoT to support AR, VR, augmented reality, and virtual reality applications, which are very attractive, opening a new market and new brands for new NG-IoT devices. And of course, 5G is not able to support by alone all this evolution. We need to move the intelligence from the cloud to the edge. And the edge could support real-time applications, a latency below 1 millisecond, which is necessary for many applications to run. Real-time data processing and, of course, local processing by having local processing at the source of the data, not on the cloud, and by having all this evolution on the edge servers, edge servers, edge nodes, even our mobile phones could play this role of the edge nodes. We could reduce a lot the latency and run everything needed locally, and of course to cooperate with the cloud computing in what is a necessary mode. And of course, we go to beyond 5G into the 6G technologies for supporting even new brand applications like automated factories, smart health, personal experiences, and automated vehicles. And this kind of connectivity and coverage evolution could support NG-IoT for more VR capabilities. And here, all these kind of remote, detailed needs, applications needed detailed, high level of detail, could be a good paradigm of combining 5G with edge computing, for example, in the healthcare application to support group training surgery. So we have a use case in this project Terminate about how this edge computing and of course the AI, we use a lot of federated learning. I will come back to this later on, could support group training surgery remotely. And I could give you a very short video on that to see how this application comes into place. This is a combined work by Alteruna and Karolinska Institute in Sweden. So here you can see how Terminate contributes to the group training for surgery. All right, so we saw a very indicative example of how VR applications could be realized by combining federated learning, 5G interconnection, and of course, edge computing. But as I mentioned before, we use also a lot of SDN interconnectivity technologies for addressing all these interoperability issues on NG-IoT. So we try to have SDN interfaces for decoupling the control out of the machine and the hardware, so as to interconnect the IoT devices coming from different brands and different kind of legacy technologies. And you use here a lot of open flow for configuring, reconfiguring, and providing a dynamic configuration to these interconnections, which, for example, allows to have reconfigurability capabilities without resending the machines and on the fly. So by having this way, for example, we can have we can reconfigure the firewalls at a glance in a real-time manner without having all these machines resetting. And for using SDN controllers, we can undertake the flow control. We can provide improved management performance. And for this purpose, internally, we use a lot of Open Daylight and ONOS. Of course, at the same time, we need virtualization for having optimized and better virtualized and virtual machine configuration management, like Dockers and virtual machines. And of course, this allows to have a better utilization of the resources of the network. Regarding AI, I would like to speak fast about federated learning. We use federated learning for two purposes. First, it gives us the opportunity for getting data and combining data from different domains. For example, for getting data from a farm and also getting data from a power plant, and combine these data for a common optimized target. And at the same time, all the local data are protected, and no local data are shared between the data owners. So we achieve here a privacy by design. So all these data owners are communicating with a centralized or not centralized infrastructure by sharing only models and not pure data from data sources. So federated learning offers data privacy first. Of course, cost reduction, since we have a lot of training and a lot of process locally. Increased model performance by combining many kind and many volumes of data coming from different sources. And of course, the whole latency is reduced. Here you can see a farm example by combining data coming from a milk factory and meat factory. So the models, the neural models, are combined for providing global models, which are utilized for having a conceptually mutual decision. In this case, for example, is to evaluate the quality of the milk produced by which is a common product for both let's say factories. Also, federated learning is used for predictions, short-term and long-term predictions. So here in internal, we use this kind of learning for predicting many types of information like CO2, humidity, and many others. And of course, blockchain is also a very trendy technology for next generation IoT, providing trust, not security, not privacy, trust. So if we would like to define blockchain, we can say that it is a peer-to-peer distributed ledger forged by consensus combined with a system for smart contracts. So we can provide an infrastructure for applying trust between different partners, different organizations, different institutes for exchanging smart contracts between them by using very simple kind of technologies like hashes and digital signature. And what is important here is allowing smart contracts between different partners, where a smart contract is a computer program that manages the movement of digital properties between parties directly and automatically under certain circumstances. Very good example here in the blockchain of the use of blockchain in Terminet is that behind all this federated learning, decentralized federated learning, there is a blockchain infrastructure which captures all the transactions and events between the local training and the global state of the infrastructure, so as to ensure that everything goes as expected, and also to ensure that the local training are not exchanged, but only the global models are exchanged between the partners. So the blockchain is here to record all the transactions, ensure that everything goes well, and to allow for third parties and players to go into this kind of management, and also to trust and go into this process without hesitation. And very, very fast, some trends about all this experience coming from our all these contributions to the Terminet, and all this communication with different partners and brands here. First, moving to the edge. It's very important to move at least 80% of processing to the edge and keep about 20% on the clouds. We need more meta operating systems for that. And of course, real-time and safety critical systems are very important to allow more market to open more NG-IoT devices like haptics to get into this market. Need for more professionals and disciplines. We need skilled professional citizens to understand and use this kind of new technologies. And of course, for SMEs, we need assistance, guidance, and more, let's say, communities for fostering this digital transformation to SMEs as well. By federated cloud continuum, we mean all this collection and analysis of data close to the activity and close to the end user, which should be accompanied with all these security tools, energy efficiency, portability, and this kind of decentralized data processing. We don't need silos now. We need open standards. We need open communities. We need data sets. And of course, a new kind of philosophy to trust the systems, to trust all these infrastructures, NG-IoT infrastructures, and allow the end users to control their own data. Trust is very important for new players and third parties to enter these communities and clusters. We need trusted environment. Blockchain seems to be the prominent technology to play this role, and also to consider business value, unique selling points for this trust, and to encourage the businesses to share data, to use data, and to sell data in a very specific manner. And of course, about AI, all this trend about fair and explainable AI, we need to see how all these algorithms have been trained, what kind of data have been used, and then to personalize the services without exposing real data, to provide analytics at the edge, and to reuse and redesign all these approaches by privacy, by having privacy on our mind. And the glance in this project Terminet, we have 6 use cases combining smart farming, healthcare, efficient buildings, supply chain, VR technologies, and maintenance in manufacturing. And very fast, I would like to give you some key aspects about our first use case on smart farming, which provides KPIs, very important KPIs like the decreasing the fertilizers, decreasing the water use or the fossils, and of course to decrease the medicine cost for the animals. If we have some time, just a couple of minutes to see you to show you some demonstration instances of this kind of demonstration. Let me focus on this farmer, which uses all this terminate instance, and all this information needed is demonstrated, is projected in these VR smart glasses. So let us see how the end user experiences this kind of NG-IoT contributions of terminate. And what is important also, I didn't mention before, is the engagement of the end users to all of these technologies, to understand them, to use them, and to trust them. And just another instance is the creation of digital farms, and how all this animal grazing could be controlled remotely without being there. So NG-IoT technology could be helpful also for digital health, wellness and healthcare. So we can monitor remotely all of the animals, the movement of the animals, and the digital fence for optimizing, for example, the grazing. And many interesting things. This is just a very indicative example of how this NG-IoT could be used in everyday applications like farming, precision agriculture, and animal husbandry. And just very quickly, our scientific publications and outputs coming from these projects, also data sets published and shared. Please feel free to use it. This is about cherry tree disease detection, peach tree disease detection. Everything is shared and open to the ETLTC data port and Zenodo. And also we published some data about intrusion detection in the electricity systems like IEC 104 and DNP3, very common protocols for industrial applications. And also we have an open call in Terminate. Please feel free to submit your application for funding, or even your application for evaluator. The deadline is by the end of January. And as a conclusion here, we can see that devices are coming very, very smart, and many devices, smart devices, and there is a need for setting, configuring, and addressing new requirements for NG-IoT like security, privacy, scalability, and trust, so as to provide newcomers, new market, and of course, new IoT devices like AR glasses, haptics, and many, many more that will help everyone and all of us to have better optimized and more fancy and attractive applications for everyday life. Many thanks for your attention. Very, very happy to discuss and answer to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sargianidis, for this rather interesting presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? May I ask one question, Professor Sargianidis?
Please, George, of course.
In your opinion, what's the main impact of this new generation IoT in people's everyday life?
Yeah, that's the most important question here. What's the impact on the society, on the people, and of course on the clusters working on that? To my opinion, the most important contribution of NG-IoT is the new market. So we have new applications, new markets, and new kind of services which were not possible 3 or 4 years ago. By having all this low latency, new technologies for trust, new kind of interconnection and coverage, we can use very, very attractive application like this remote training or all this new information coming at a glance in AR glasses or in haptics. So by having AR VR, more people could be, get into all these very fancy technologies, use the application, trust the application, and also to foster this digital culture, which is also very important for people to use and trust these technologies for making the everyday life better, optimized, and to foster the everyday activities like the autonomous driving, electrical vehicles, energy efficiency, and of course the digital economy for having and enjoying cost-effective applications.
Thank you, Professor. Are there any other questions from the audience?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Sargianidis. So that was a very exciting presentation. I just have one quick question. So, we talk a lot about Industry 4.0, going to a Society 5.0 and so on. So what do you think is one big challenge in this kind of application when we are talking about industrial IoT?
Yeah, that's a very focal point of view for designing and evaluating the scope for the NG-IoT. What is the most challenge? I'm not sure I can distinguish just one. I can say that the 3 most important requirements, challenges, obstacles at the moment is first the security, second the privacy, third the interoperability. So we have to talk about a new design of all of these NG-IoT applications and services by having a new model for designing and covering by design security aspects, privacy aspects, interoperability aspects. For example, the interoperability aspect is resolved in Terminate project by having SDN technology, but this is not something that everyone could use, for example, or it could have an extra and additional cost for someone else. So we have to continue all this debate and discussion about how the interoperability and the NG-IoT devices could be compatible and can talk together without bringing a new technology there. Also, by speaking about security, it's also important to import and apply security needs layer from the physical layer to the business layer, since new sophisticated attacks comes into play into this playground, And the old IoT is not many times is not ready in many times to address these attacks like the social engineering. So how could an IoT or a smart device could be prepared for a threat that is combined with a human factor or with a human intervention? And of course, privacy is a very sensitive kind of discussion. We have this GDPR, we have this explainable AI, and of course, we have to keep local data in the local kind of part of the network, in the local domain. There's no way to share data, and we have to bring other ways to share the experience coming from data, like federated learning, where we exchange models, not local data. We protect data, we don't expose data. And here, blockchain also could play a very important role by protecting the data, ensuring the trust, and also allowing AI applications, not only federated learning, more of them, to support optimized decisions. So three, just to conclude this very constructive question. First, security; second, privacy; third, interoperability.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Roy and Professor Saragiannidis. This concludes our session of keynote speeches. I'll pass the floor to the other chairmen in the breakout rooms. Please join the appropriate room for its presentation. I want to thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, George. Thank you very much. All right. So next we move on to the breakout rooms, breakout room 1 and 2. So you're free to join the breakout room that you want to. Here on the screen at UBIC, we will be playing breakout room 1. So we will be joining breakout room 1. But of course, you can shuttle between room 1 and room 2 while you are here. But room 2 is going to happen in S4. So that's in the main research quadrangle. And room 1, the session chair is Professor Ashok Emmanuel. I'm not sure whether he's here. Let me just check. So let's join room 1. So I'm going to join room 1, leave the main room.